Early morning lives. What's going on, people? Is anybody alive or here or what? We're gonna do scheduled lives, but we gotta go live. It is in the morning where you guys are in the States. Very, very early. Figure I'd see if anybody is awake. As I'm getting ready to hit the streets. It's the holidays. Happy holidays to you guys. We'll do some catching up. Figure let's chat. Maybe I should do one with these young crash out guys are doing these days, huh? And do like a 3, 4, 5 hour whole day marathon live. What do you guys think? Put a comment. Should I do a crash out type live? Like 6 hours, 8 hours. What do you think? Anyway, I want to do some catching up with you guys, man. There's been a lot going on in the quote unquote travel space. Let me try to get my own live on my TV screen. If I go find it. Past live streams. Happy holidays to you guys and Merry Christmas, or should I say belated Merry Christmas and an upcoming Happy New Year. All right, I can't find my own live. Let's see. Did the notification go out? Normally I get my own notification. I didn't get my notification. So I'm gonna try this again. I'm gonna go ahead and end the live, try to schedule it, and then try to do it like we should. Because I can't even see my own live. And no notification came out. So definitely we're gonna get a lot of people up in the room if it's like this. All right, I'm looking at my own looking at my own playlist. See, this says travel right here, right? And it says the podcast, which is just like these lives that I could see later on, but my own live is not up here. So this means I have a problem. Houston, we have a problem. YouTube strikes again. This is the other thing, just to catch up, I've been seeing a lot of YouTubers, especially in the black content space, doing videos about how YouTube, they're having problems with YouTube. And I can concur. There is definitely some problems going on, but I don't look at life that way, man. I just move to the next thing, right? Whoever the powers to be, or the new AI change, or whether or not they do or don't want to push black content, I could complain, or I could move to the next thing. And nothing I do, I ever look at it as forever. So that's exactly what I've been doing, is why you guys have not been hearing from me. However, we could do a catch up. I got some time today. So, it's all good. I'm hoping not to get down into the weeds of some of the travel content issues, if you want to call it that. I will say, guys, don't go anywhere and do illegal things that you shouldn't do. I mean, we're grown men. That shouldn't even have to be said. Also, remember, when you travel, you're representing your own people. Now, this goes for you, born American people. Right now they got this whole FBA thing in America. Oh, I'm a foundational Black American. I'm not African. All this other nonsense you guys talking about. Guess what? Your ancestors would have come from anyway. They would have had to come from Africa, right? So guess what, buddy or buddies, however you consider yourself, man, you black. Now the white people look at you, you're black. They don't care. So you could try to call yourself wherever you want to and try to disassociate yourself or differentiate yourself how much you want to. But light-skinned black people went through this already after slavery. They thought, oh, well, we're a little lighter, so we could call ourselves different. Problem is that bigger society sees you as just black. Colored people of South Africa go through the same thing, right? Guess what? So then white people, they're just black. Here it is. So, with that said, it doesn't make sense to try to differentiate yourself in that way, man. But you guys are gonna do whatever you want to do. So just wanted to bring that up because of this whole passport bros thing. I will challenge anyone, you guys. For most of my life, sometimes when I talk, there were always a few people in my life who should have listened but never listened and suffered for it later. But this whole passport bros thing came on the scene like 3 years ago. I did a couple of videos. One of them I said it's a slave mentality, right? I also tried to point out that it's going to lead to a whole lot of problems because every single time black people have always tried to label themselves something, what ends up happening is a few bad seeds do something stupid, and then everybody else is labeled negatively with whatever name we came up with. Black Panther Party started with good reasons, right? Fighting for freedom. What happened? A few Black Panthers decided, all right, we're going to be a little extra aggressive about it. We got the rights to carry guns. We're going to do good for our community. What is being talked about every time we think of the Black Panthers? We think of Black Panthers holding shotguns, they berets on their head, fighting for freedom. But it wasn't just freedom the Black Panthers fought for, or the ones that went to jail, like Tupac Shakur's mother, Afeni Shakur. She was a Black Panther. What they don't talk about because they forget because of the labels is that the Black Panther Party did a lot for the community. Any community they were in, crime wasn't there anymore. Why? Because nobody wanted to mess with the Black Panthers. If you were a criminal in a black area in the 60s and Black Panthers were in that area, they came after you. They didn't play that. You understand? If you were messing with kids, I got to bring that up because of Floyd, right? They didn't play that. You were in trouble. There was something else to answer to that was bigger than the individuals, right? Black Panther Party started a lot of community-based help for poor people in the neighborhood, brought them together with food drives. Some of them, started schools. They were recruiting young guys who were out of work, giving them meaningful employment, put them into helping other people within the community, right? A lot of these nonprofit organizations, when you think about it, the same thing happened very similarly with the Nation of Islam party, right? So, but the problem as usual is when you attach a name like Passport Bros, and I'm not, hey, listen, Passport Bros and Black Panther Party and Nation of Islam, I'm not trying to say it's the same. Passport Bros don't even have an actual party of anything or any real organization, right? So we know this part. I'm just trying to do a loose analogy, fellas. All right. The bottom line, though, the bottom line is this: anything we've ever attached a name to that it was then associated with black males, especially, and then secondly, black people in general, has always been degraded, and usually from the inside by a few knuckleheads. Malcolm X, we killed our own people, right? Nation of Islam looked at Malcolm X the same way, as if he was degrading their organization from the inside. And then we found out CIA and the FBI colluded, hired guys to infiltrate Malcolm X's movement that he was doing, as well as the Nation of Islam. And then the Nation of Islam might have, tried to or succeeded at eliminating Malcolm X, right? But who was really pulling the strings behind the scenes, right? So, you know, it's always going to be a few knuckleheads. And I said the name of Passport Bro should have never been there. Let's catch up. There was only like two people that said that at the time. One was International Zoe. But there weren't too many guys saying, listen, this is a mistake, right? I knew it was going to be a mistake. Now you got Floyd out here, travel guy that most people didn't really know, but they know him now. And then you got Jarrello before that, right? And this is the problem. If I'm not mistaken, Jarrello definitely said he wasn't a Passport Bro. Floyd, he used to say he was, and I think at one point after Austin Holloman said he wasn't, Floyd also said he wasn't. But once that statement was put out there, hey, it was out there, right? I don't give a damn about the Passport Bro thing or the Floyd thing, except for the kids, man. Yeah, I mean, he deserved to be under the jail, which it looks like he definitely did it. I wasn't going to speak on this at all, and this live is not about Floyd or Passport Bros. I'm just doing a catch up, right? As I get ready to go, and I'm in my kitchen. Hey guys, but you know, I'm really trying to get to a point, which is that as black men, we got to remember, whether fear or not, the history of who we are and why it's important that we carry ourselves a certain way. But then, most importantly, as men, we try to hold other men like ourselves to a higher standard. Why do I bring that up? Because I went through this debate back and forth with International Zoe, because he always says that he doesn't believe in policing your own. There's never been a society on this face of the earth that didn't police their own. I understand that the African Americans went through a difficult history. You know, many times you guys act like Caribbean people didn't go through the same exact goddamn history. It wasn't like after slavery they shipped us back to Africa. We're still living in South America, Central America, the Caribbean, same crap. It wasn't different necessarily, right? Similarities, slavery is still slavery. But, you know, I don't know if it's because we got to keep the family unit more, but we were more aware that if, you know, you don't shape up, right, you get shunned within the society, within the larger society, right? Everybody in the same, everybody don't have to agree with all the same things. However, if you try to go too left or too right, we're not going to pick up for you just because you look a certain way, right? You're going to be like, bro, you and us, we're not the same. So when you guys see guys out there doing the strangest things, acting the strangest way, instead of looking at it as just entertainment, oh man, that's crash out content. Let me go send $500 to help this dude stay out there and crash out some more because wow, this is interesting. And maybe I hate the Passport Bros. And you see, I knew this is who they are. So a lot of you guys, I know for a fact when you're watching these same crash out content guys, Jarellos, you know, these guys, you could see by the things that people are typing. And I don't really watch the content much, but every time I did see it, you could tell that most of the people who were donating and chatting with these guys did not have the best, how should I put it? They didn't want the best for these guys, and they don't, and they never will, right? Maybe a few guys who are misguided think it's cool, but the majority of people literally just want to see them crash out because it's entertaining to them. But what they're not looking at is the bigger picture, right? Some of those guys might even hate the quote unquote Passport Bros and be like, why are these guys leaving their country? They need to stay in their own country. So now they see a guy crashing out in another country is entertaining to them because it's supposedly proving what they've been saying about these same people that they don't like. And some of them will go as far as to say, well, I got a few dollars here, and yeah, those countries are poor, so then people need help. Let me go send these guys some money to help with that crash out and supposedly help support these, you know, poor people who can't live unless they get help from somehow Americans who are the richest, which is funny because Black Americans are not known for being the richest in America. Being known for being even below the you know the Spanish people these days. Anyway, I digress about that point. The point is this though, man. If we want the world to look at us, we have to think as a group, right? And part of that group, unfortunately, not everybody's going to think similar. But this is where when we got to say, hey, here's the bigger picture. Here's why we all can't go places and act like complete idiots. Because people are going to be like, well, it's just a few idiots, and everybody have a few idiots. They're going to say, you see, it's them people right there. Them, they different. It's them. See how they are? That's why that's important. And it's especially important in this new context that hopefully now you guys understand, right, why that's important. You got a guy like Floyd Wallace Jr., goes over to Brazil, became a crash out bro, had to come back to the United States of America, do jail time. Then what does he do? Goes over to the DR, goes over to Colombia, then he ends up back in Brazil. After this incident, I went and looked at his channel. I had heard about him before, obviously because of Austin Hallerman content in Brazil. And I knew he was a weird guy. couldn't stand his channel because of that. Also because I saw a couple of times where he was just talking down so bad about Brazilians. But it's not on you, fellas. I was living in DR for a while, went to Colombia, went to Brazil. You got to understand, I have seen guys talk like that, both white people as well as black people, about the local communities they were in. Because unfortunately, I had said this before on my channel like 3, 4 years ago. Americans who are not white are going to other countries and repeating the same colonized mentality and statements that white people still make about black people and other people around the world. Is this superior, this American, superiority nonsense, which is really just a colonial thinking that we're better, richer, nobody can survive without us. And that leads to a lot of guys, as soon as things start going wrong for them, they're just down talking countries and people. Oh, they're third world, this, then the third. They didn't even know the history of where the word third world come from and what it really means. And that you as a black person, the irony that you would even say that is just insane, right? But I heard Floyd on one of his lives that was just passing by months ago. These damn Brazilians, something, start talking really bad about the women. It turns out the whole time, I guess Floyd liked little kids, so it really didn't matter. But it's not even the point, man. The guy hadn't brought out any content for like 3 months. How was he surviving? What was he doing? And I'll be honest, I think at the end of the day, there's going to be a couple of people might go to jail for these kind of situations. Some locals, like the parents of these little girls, probably one of the mothers was involved in trying to, get money by. I know this is new. If anybody heard me talk about the things I've seen in the Dominican Republic, that were just weird. And it wasn't usually with black people. These things were usually with white folks, right? I talk at that time when I was fairly new to the DR and I was in Sosua and I'm on the beach. It was after COVID. They just started to reopen up. I see this old white guy just walking down, Sosua Beach with like a 5, 6 year old little Haitian boy. At first glance, you might think, well, maybe this is just the Haitian girlfriend's kid. But I'm sitting there, I'm talking to this guy who also used to be in the army. So me and him were chatting it up. He used to have a big dog. He always used to be on Sosua Beach. He was living in Sosua. That guy didn't stay in the country too long either. He got out of there, right? But I remember I had seen him on a couple of guys' videos. I don't even think I had a channel at that time. And, as we were talking, we both got kind of quiet. There was just something off about how this white man was with this little boy. And believe it or not, I ended up seeing them another time, right? The problem is you can't prove anything you don't know. This is in public. The Dominicans are standing there watching, looking weird. You were standing there like, am I seeing? I literally said to the guy, "Say, am I seeing what I think I'm seeing? Like this just don't look right, right? Like what is he doing with this little boy?" But of course, the other side of you gonna be like, well, maybe it's just the girlfriend that he's dating or paying for his child, right? But you're like, but what the hell would this guy just be doing all the time I see him with this little young boy? Fellas, this type of thing is not new, unfortunately, because a lot of people sometimes get in desperate situations. Some of it also is because, these countries got a lot of corruption. With enough money or payoffs, a lot of things fall through the cracks in the legal system. And then also people's mentalities. Unfortunately, if you got a family member that got, messed with at a young age, you could look at it two ways. You could say the legal system is not going to do what they got to do, and even if they don't, it's not going to affect me. But if the person's family is going to pass me over some money, I'll just accept that because at least then that's something. And it's unfortunate that people got to think that way, right? But these kind of things happen. There's countries where a lot of times parents will allow the 16-year-old to go off with somebody of their own country because that person might be from a wealthy family and tell themselves it's okay. And maybe if things go wrong, then they pull up and they're like, well, you better give us some money or else we're going to get you in trouble. And they think those things are acceptable. And it's unfortunate, right? But It's a shocking reality that you'll face as you start to travel, that people literally look at things that way. And you would think a legal system is still a legal system, right? So what does it matter, right? No, everybody is benefiting from it in some of those countries' systems. I'm not trying to blame the victims or anything. I'm just saying the realities of what happens many times, right? So then, somebody might get into a situation in a country, if they could get themselves some US dollars, the lawyer doesn't care. The judge is one less case for the judge, especially if it's just he said, she said, and there's no actual, it's not like somebody got a DNA sample, right? So then everybody's getting paid and everybody says, oh, well, if the parents are willing to just accept some payoff, you know, some of the parents are not even educated enough to understand that that child now is going to have a lot of mental issues the entire life. Do you guys realize that most of these girls that you guys are trying to talk to and you love in the videos who are working these not legit jobs, if you dig into their past, you'll realize they come from backgrounds with, I don't want to use certain words on YouTube, but a lot of them come from, let's use the word abusive situations. How about that? And they're not right. They can never have normal relationships in their life. A lot of the people who commit these kind of things, like what Floyd Wallace Jr. did, they come from them that themselves. That's the psychology of it, and then they'll repeat that. R. Kelly, for example, well known that he admitted that when he was younger, only after he went to jail now, right, for what they locked him up for, he admitted that he realizes where his issues come from because as a little boy he got messed with. Yeah. Years ago I saw a movie. It was I think produced by Denzel Washington. Didn't star Denzel Washington, but it was produced by him. The movie didn't get that big, but it was a good movie. And the whole premise of the movie was actually about a young guy in the military. Maybe if one of you guys saw this movie, you could put the name in the comment or you could Google it. But the guy joined the Navy, met this beautiful girl. I think he couldn't read properly. And this movie, goes back to the earlier days in the 60s, 50s, that kind of thing. The guy's trying to make his life better. He's at a time where racism is high in the military. He joins the Navy. He's doing very well, but he can't read. And he meets this black girl in the library. She decided, okay, she's going to teach him to read. He likes this girl and everything. As the relationship progressed, she then realizes he's never been with a woman. Got to watch the words I use on YouTube. But there's a twist to this thing. It wasn't because this guy was just young and hadn't been with a woman before. Turns out there's another reason why he had never been with a woman before. One of these things was why he was trying to make his life better. He was actually bumped around the, what's the name of the system in America when you don't have parents? Foster care. That's it. He was bumped around the foster care system most of his life. Eventually he was, he's taken into this house, then that house, then he's back in the foster care system. And they pulled him out of, a family pulled him into their house, out to the foster system. And he was growing up. He was actually abused by one of the older girls in this family. Now, the irony of life is, typically when we think of these things happening, we think about females. A lot of times people forget that these things also happen with males. And then when they do think that these things happen with males, they think, well, it would have been a male, doing this to maybe a young boy or something like that. No, they're like R. Kelly. There's people out there who, it's women when they were boys, right? And this wasn't like, oh, you're a teenager, so you might have seen you got a nice looking teacher. We all went through that as men. It was like, damn, my teacher is nice. Why? Because she looked good, and this is the age when you're starting to like women, and maybe you're 13, 14 years old, and you just got a little fantasy. No, we're not talking about that, right? We're talking about literally things that end up damaging people. And there's a lot of damaged people out there from their childhood, man. So Floyd might have been one of those guys, only to repeat the same thing to other people. My other theory about this, which is even sicker, is that Floyd just did all this stuff if he did it. Allegedly, it don't look good for him. I mean, the other part people are not talking about is that this guy had a goddamn ski mask. Why would you need a ski mask? It's Brazil. It's hot as hell. You got a ski mask, a sock puppet as a toy, and a Beanie Baby type beer, and all them damn cameras. I'm a YouTuber. I don't have all them damn cameras, and I definitely don't have 5 cell phones. I don't have hidden cameras in my watches and my glasses and none of that crap. I know something you guys ask, how are you able to get that content? Really? Well, you guys are no more familiar with DJI. And DJI, when it first came out, a lot of guys still had the GoPro. It's just a smaller camera. That's it, plain and simple. I didn't need no hidden cameras, and that used to hide my camera. People just didn't notice it as easy. That's what it was, right? Until DJI got more popular, and everybody knows about DJI. But man, coming back to the original point, though, that's one of the catch-ups I wanted to do. I think personally, whoever his supporters were, they might have also been sending him money on the back end, right? When he probably realizes a few weirdos like himself, he probably decided, okay, I can make money doing that kind of content. I'll be able to send this content to my people and they'll be able to donate with me. They're already donating on YouTube. So in like 3 months, that guy hadn't brought out any content. So how was he living in Rio? This is the other thing. Apparently, most people didn't even know he was back in Rio, right? I mean, it's not like he had a really big channel, right? So that's beside the point. Another thing I'll tell you guys, another story about the opposite side of this, the parental side of these type of parents that would do these kind of things. I had told this story also on my channel. I'm going to bring it up again. I was in Puerto Plata. For you guys who don't know Dominican Republic, Puerto Plata is that whole actual kind of like we would call a state. Sosúa is in Puerto Plata, but there's Puerto Plata City, kind of like when you look at New York State, New York City, right? And there's a beach over there, El Poblito, let's call it that. Basically, it's like a public beach. Part of it is kind of private for some hotels. The other one is more public. Typically, Dominicans who won't go all the way out to Sosúa, or they're not coming in from Santiago, they'll go to like El Poblito, or they'll go to one of those smaller beaches in the back that you guys don't really know about. And I'm on this beach. I'm having a good time. Not too many foreigners are out there at that time. They started going to that beach more during COVID, right? Or after COVID. But I'm out there, and there's this lady, and she's got like a teenage daughter and a teenage son. And she had to be maybe in her 30s. Now, guys, I look a little younger than my age. I always said it. It really is true. And I ran into this lady. We started talking just for a bit. And I'm thinking about, I don't really mess with, single mothers and nothing like that. But she wasn't bad looking. But I wasn't feeling her like that. She was a little bit too much on the chunky side. At that time, my Spanish wasn't even up that much. I was new to the DR, maybe like 5-6 months. They were still doing lockdown and open up at certain hours, And I'm thinking, well, okay, she's kind of making a pass at me, right? I ain't feeling it like that. So I kind of made that known. And this is the thing that really threw me for a loop. I think in that moment now, and I realized later on, after getting to know the culture, the situations that happened in the DR, why this was happening. But at that time, I didn't know. She started to say, oh, okay. And then she didn't speak any English, by the way. She's only speaking Spanish, right? So then that made it a little bit more difficult too at the time. But this lady, to make a longer story shorter, she pretty much tried to offer me her daughter. I was a little confused. I'm like, wait, is this like, what is she talking about, right? And I think that made her then confused, as if maybe, oh, okay, maybe he doesn't like the ladies. This lady calls over her son. I remember thinking to myself, like, what the fuck just happened here, right? I walked away, obviously. She looking weird, I'm looking weird. She could see I'm looking at it weird, like, what the hell, what are you talking about, right? So then I go back, I grab my chair. Later on, there's an older American guy, man. I will remember this guy forever because he was a weirdo. It turns out a few of the guys knew him and didn't used to talk to him at all. This is what I'm talking about. We got to police our own, right? And when I say police, I mean we got to shun people that you might not be able to prove certain things, but they're definitely acting weird. I'm still on the beach. I'm still shocked. I'm sitting there. I'm running this thing through my mind. I see the lady leave. And later on, I see this one black guy. He's older. He's probably in his 50s, late 50s. He's walking up the beach. I could tell right away, okay, yeah, this is not a foreigner. He's got socks on the beach with slippers, little baggy clothes, but he's just walking around. You know, he still got his wife beaters on. He's overweight, definitely a foreigner, but it's a black guy. She comes a little closer. I said, "Man, hey, what's going on, man? You from the States?" "Yeah, yeah, yeah, I'm from the States." Blah blah blah. So I said, "Whoa, man, the craziest thing just happened to me. You won't believe this." And I start to kind of tell him the story. But how I'm approaching the story is kind of like, "Yo, this is the most shocking thing that could ever happen. Can you believe this lady tried to offer me her kids?" This fool, man. This is why I'll always remember him. I'm expecting a response like, "Yo, that's crazy," or "Yeah, it's crazy. I've seen this before. Believe it or not, man, you gotta watch yourself." No, he's talking about, "Oh, she look good. How old was she?" And I'm telling him like, "This is like a 16-year-old girl." He's like, "Well, you know," and I'm like, "Oh my, this guy is a freaking pedo." I'm like, "Yo, I excuse myself." I always remembered him, and I would never really see him around like that, right? And then one day I saw him at you guys who don't know, Dominican Republic, there was a place in Puerto Plata called Miami Bar. It's like on their Malecon, their beach area. All the foreigners, we all go there or used to go there. Um, and one time I saw him out there on the beach area, and I kind of brought it up because I remember it was about a year later. So one of the guys then they're like, "Oh yeah, that dude right there, man, there's something off with him. I think he, blah blah blah." And that wasn't the only one. In Puerto Plata, where we used to live, across the road from me, there was this one actually next door on the left of me. There was this one guy. He always had these young girls at the house. You know, he always trying to invite me to his parties. All these girls are like really young. And one day he made a comment talking some nonsense, and I was like, "What the?" And this was a Caribbean guy. He was actually from a country called Trinidad and Tobago, island closer to my country, right, where I was born. He was one of the ones too that I used to have to be a little cautious of because I could never feel like I could trust this guy. And this guy was kind of in this kind of like, well, when foreigners come in, I'll hook them up with women. But he gave that vibe like he was willing to hook guys up at whatever ages. Because one time when he invited me over to his place, he had more than one place. I go in his place and I'm like, how old is two of these girls? Like, and I was like, "Yo, hey man, I gotta go, blah 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 blah." And I got the hell out of there. And never, never, never hung out with them again. And this guy used to see me, hey, he tried to talk me up. And some other Caribbean guys came into the country, like, "Yo, this guy's over from where we're from. Nah, come over, come over." And I'm like, "Nah, good." Just started to, distance myself. Eventually, he moved from where I used to live, and he was staying in like his second house. Well, what I also understood is that these guys started to do a lot of crazy things during that time because when COVID hit, money and the ways that these guys used to make money wasn't coming in. So a lot of them used to try to start scamming other foreigners, wanting you to buy into different things, either restaurants or Bitcoin or, some of these shark coins that are out there at the time, right? That was worth next to nothing. They're all trying to run these little hustles because they're money tight. And these guys were living there for a long time. And as the money got tight in the States, it got tight for them also. So now a lot of them used to scam each other, right? I gotta put this out here. In my traveling, the weirdest people I have seen many times have been other expats. Not even necessarily the weekend warriors. I've seen weird ones for sure, but definitely a lot of the expats who, maybe they were born in Canada, they were born in the United States, and especially the Dominican Republic. I heard about the same complaint in Colombia, but by that time I'd already learned my lesson. So when I went to Colombia and even in Brazil, I kept to myself. Few select people here and there. If I vet them or run into them, I realize they're cool. It's not everybody. But this is the part that a lot of guys won't talk about. My channel originally started with me telling stories over the videos about what it's really like to live in these places. Many times trying to caution guys. But of course, if you did that too much, nobody want to watch your videos because they don't want to hear the truth. They want to be sold a fantasy, right? And I always used to say that. That was the only thing that I knew I couldn't grow my channel to a certain amount after a while because I can't tell you guys the truth, man. You got the rise of the passport bros and the thing they could just go and find a wife and all this. And like if all the women abroad are different, such nonsense. Women are women no matter where you go. We're still dealing with the human animal, the human species. Homo sapiens. You understand? Homo erectus. Bottom line, genetics. Yes, we have slightly different cultures. Yes, we might speak different languages, but the driving force behind people will always be that driving force. I'm not saying you can't increase your odds and this, that, and all the things that the passport bros are talking about, but you sure as hell still dealing with people, unfortunately. And you got bad people and good people. And unfortunately, there's a lot of countries that attract the baddest breed of people because they can kind of more get around or live a life more like they want to live within those countries because of different advantages. And those advantages are not always money, by the way. It might just be because, well, they're foreigners, so we leave them alone and they do their weird things over there, right? We're not under their justice system unless somebody takes somebody's life or something. You understand? So there's little cracks in that system because if you're a foreigner, you are not a resident of that country. You're not a citizen of that country. It goes both ways, right? I don't have certain rights in the DR, in Brazil, in any country I go to that a person who born in that country has. Unfortunately, that goes both directions, right? They can't do certain things to me, but I also can't exercise certain rights because I don't have. It's like being an illegal in America. Perfect example to use. If you come over from Mexico and you go into the United States, guess what? Any American could come and do most things to you, and unless they take your life away or do something else bigger in their country, a lot of the laws don't apply and vice versa. You can't have an issue in America as a Mexican. You're illegal already, and you can't be like, well, I'm gonna take this person to court. You walking your butt into the legal system to realize you have no paperwork, right? So people forget that also works the opposite direction when you go to another country. Even if you want to fight a legal battle, you can't many times because you all they're going to then use you for is the money because they're going to be like, well, we're going to take this foreigner's money, but this ain't going to really go nowhere. They're not residents. They're not citizens. Even in the United States, you get permanent residency, you still don't have the exact same rights as a citizen. It just means you won't get deported and you got some paperwork saying you could work and you could pay taxes. Hell, it could be illegal and still pay taxes, right? America's about money. The bottom line is, though, there's different levels of rights. There's different levels of different things in different countries. That leaves some loopholes open unless you do something egregious. So this guy, Floyd Wallace Jr., might have done some very egregious things with little kids, with little girls. Hey, but I have seen very weird situations on both sides and even heard of stories with locals who are doing these kind of things with each other, right? Some richer Dominican guy. The family might look the other way when he's dealing with their 14-year-old, 15-year-old, 16-year-old daughter because they're like, well, he's from a good family. Oh, well, he gives us this much money a month. Oh, they're going to get married one day because now the age for consent is 16 or whatever the hell, right? Or if the parents say it's okay, then it's different. Until things go wrong and then they go after that guy for money. Some girls, family members, a girl might have got knocked up at her teenage years. And yes, they might have, complained at first, but then later on, you got to be like, why did that disappear? Why don't they care about that anymore? Why didn't this person stay in jail? Because we know in America, in these places, if something like that happened, you under the jail, you're at least doing 10 years. Now, a true story in America. My mother had an accountant. Still remember this guy. I'm not going to mention his name, but he's in jail. This accountant used to seem cool. I even met this guy. Guy was married. Him and his wife. They were both Caribbean. Years later, the niece popped up and said, hey, this guy touched my daughter. And Whitey's like, what the hell? Where did this come from? Well, it turns out the reason why the niece could have said this guy touched my daughter is because he used to touch that same niece. And the niece kind of let it go within their family. I'm sure she didn't voluntarily let that go, but for some reason, she had never at that time said what used to happen with her quote unquote uncle until it happened with her daughter. And the girl was like, and there was a lot of questions. The wife didn't believe it at first. She's like, how the hell could this be possible? Well, they had DNA. So by the time this thing go to trial, turns out everybody's like, well, maybe the little girl lying. Da, da, da. No, no, the cops were able to get DNA. Because when the girl described everything, he supposedly had on a towel. They grabbed up that towel. Sure enough, when they tested it, DNA. So the guy got life in jail, right? The little girl's never going to be okay her whole life. And clearly that niece was never okay her whole life. She was one of the people who also ended up testifying, and the family had never known that she had got touched by him too. We used to take the girl to like Disneyland and then disappear with them for a couple of days. Well, he used to do the same thing to the niece. And he ended up doing the same thing to the girl's daughter. And that made the girl, like, after the daughter started acting strange, the girl, because she herself was molested by this guy. Damn, I don't want to use that word on YouTube. That made the girl come forward, go to the police. They grabbed the evidence. And then when it came to the trial, that's when the rest of the family found out, because she went and she also testified what used to happen with her when she was younger. So they had the DNA for the little girl and they had the testimony from the mom. And then, the mom was like, well, it's a young girl, so don't put her on the bench. But the guy got life. It's unfortunate, man. So we can't sit and say these things only happen in certain countries, blah, blah, blah. The legal outcome might be a little different, right? Depending on the level of corruption, depending on who did what rights. If family members are willing to look the other way to take money, sometimes it's not even the legal system. Some of you guys forget that if you got people who are willing to let certain things go because they feel like their lives are dependent on a certain amount of money, and if they don't have the morals or values, or they even don't have the education to realize how detrimental later on that child's life, or the impact of those things for that child as the child grows up, they might be willing to say, well, okay, this is just a child, so maybe they'll forget or whatever, and let's just take the money and let this thing go, because we don't know where the legal system will end up with this thing, or because they think the person was uneducated, or the person was a little backwards, kind of like this guy, Floyd. Everybody was saying they thought he was a little off, like he might have had ADHD or, some type of autism. Well, maybe Floyd was that weird because something happened to him. We'll know eventually, maybe, right? But it's just damage all the way around. And then the name Passport Bros, everybody attaching it to that, damaging that name. Hey, fellas, it's a catch-up, right? We're doing a catch-up. Let's talk. We're catching up on what's been happening all these months. I stayed out of the whole thing at first. I'm like, let me just watch this play out. Plus, it's not the type of content I want to be doing, right, anymore. So, I just been doing a lot of stuff, but it's really unfortunate, man. It's unfortunate on every side. I just want to remind people that when you step out your door, whether in your country or not, it's like being President Obama or something. No matter which way you cut it, they understood the pressure of what comes with being a black family. Don't mean that they wanted that pressure, but they knew the eyes of the world were on them. Well, as black males, we're representing ourselves the best we can. When certain things happen with other groups of people will be like, oh, well, when the same exact thing happens with groups that look like us, all of a sudden we're judged harsher, or we're supposed to be held to 2 times the better standard. Like growing up in the States, it was like, I got to do better than my classmates. When I went to work, I got to do better than the white people in the job, because they're not going to be as lenient on me. When you're young and if you're immature, you complain about that. When you become mature enough mentally, you realize that just comes with it, and you got a responsibility. Plain and simple. I don't spend time complaining. I don't want people to go back and use racism a lot or slavery. It doesn't matter. How do you want to carry yourself? Who do you want to associate with? Who do you want to attach your name to? And if you're going to say that these things doesn't have impact, you're wrong. And this kind of thing is proving it, because every goddamn way I look, somebody's doing a video about Floyd. I ain't going to see no thumbnail with Floyd on my video. It ain't going to happen, right? I'm using it as a teachable moment so people know that these things are out there on both sides. That unfortunately, if you, and I think this is the other thing too, nobody's ever going to make an excuse for Floyd. Not me for sure, or anybody else, whites or any other color that does that kind of thing. And I'll tell you why. Even if those things are in your face offered to you, you can't say, well, you seize that country and they have corruption and what's your values and morals? If you're not I'm trying to change up the word a little bit, a pedo, right? Read between the lines, you're on YouTube. If somebody offer you that kind of thing, you should be like, what the? It's not like, well, this person offered me that. Yo, where's your morals and your values? That guy was a weirdo for doing that under whichever circumstances. I see people out there, nobody's people saying, oh, the Uber driver was a hater. Like, are you goddamn out your goddamn mind? Let me tell you something. Whether you're a parent or not, everything about you should know that's wrong. The Uber driver wasn't hating to nobody. The Uber driver saw two little girls who shouldn't be there, who talking about, oh, we got to use Google Translate and we're going to go meet some guy who don't speak English and he's an older man and he knew something was wrong. And this is the thing about being held to a higher standard, where we know talking this nonsense that we can't snitch and all kind of. You mean to tell me if you got a sister or a brother or a daughter or a son, you won't be like, well, I can't snitch. Yeah, I should see the neighbor up the road who's touching on my kid, but man, I can't be a hater. I can't snitch. Let me tell you something. If any one of you guys think that way, don't even, just sign off my channel now. You ever find out who I am, meet me, don't even come my direction. I see guys talking crap because the one guy, Austin Holloman, has disassociated himself from these guys. What the F is he supposed to do? He's supposed to be like, oh yeah, man, this is a great guy that I was dealing with. I just didn't know he was. What the hell? No, you got to be like, hey, I ain't into them kind of activities. I didn't know it was happening. If I knew it was happening, I might have made that phone call my goddamn self or beat the shit out of this guy. That's the reality of how life's supposed to work. So any of y'all who feel like, oh man, his friend is bad for saying he's not into that and disassociating from some guy who he met on the internet. You met this guy on the internet. It's not like you grew up with this guy. Something wrong with y'all. If you're listening to this right now, that was your mentality, that something was wrong with Austin Holloman or something was wrong with his other friend in Brazil from saying, hey, we didn't know this guy doing that. We don't tolerate that. If it turned out to be true, but it looking bad, we didn't know. Hey, I ain't talked to the guy for 2 years, 1 year, whatever. And you believe they're wrong for that, you're an idiot. You're an idiot. Even if one of your goddamn family members right now got arrested for one of those kind of things. Yeah, it might be a blood, but you won't be sitting there talking about, oh, well, I knew that was happening. And if you did, you the one to drop the ball because you would have had a responsibility to actually say, hey, something's wrong here and go try to do something about it. This ain't like somebody who just selling drugs on the corner or selling some weed and you're like, well, I ain't gonna snitch, man. They're just trying to make a living. It's not the same kind of thing. And that also makes me wonder about you little young guys who say you're passport bros and crap. And you're watching these channels and all you just playing freaking video games. You could tell you never got near to the street. Because everybody who got near to the street know that the one crime that criminals consider one of the lowest crimes in the world is that crime. And they literally take care of people who do that because they look at it like you are messing with innocence. You're the lowest of the lowest scum of criminals because you are messing with the weakest people ever. But some of you guys are not street guys, so you don't know that. You don't. Oh yeah, that Uber driver, man, he was hating. What? Oh yeah, that guy Austin Holloman, man, they're supposed to be his friend. Why could he say, hey, he didn't know nothing about that and he didn't want to be associated with that? Are you fucking? Who the hell want to be associated with that? And it makes me wonder with some of you guys. Makes me wonder. I'll just be real. Like, if you think that was okay, what else is going on in your head and your mind? I know all you guys are hypersexualized. I know what kind of videos I did, because I know this is the only way you guys would watch. Okay, that's fine. Sitting home, maybe ain't getting enough, but hopefully you're getting it legally and from somebody of a right age. You understand? Come on, man. Two consenting adults is completely different than the kind of thing we're talking about. But look what's happening. Same thing as I said before, but that label. They're now attaching that to that label. And unfortunately, that label, when they say it, they don't mean a lot of white dudes. Who are the ones that saw all the weird things mostly going on with them? No, they're not trying to label it as black men. So back in the day, now when you just want to go to the country, have a little vacation, fly out to Jamaica, wherever. Now some girl might be looking at you talking about, oh, you want them guys, you want them passport dudes. You just going over there to F women and pay for it. Or you think you got to go abroad to get a wife. You can't even be a goddamn traveler no more. That is insane. Insanity. And honestly, most of the stuff is happening with Americans. But my concern is this. I just hope black Americans many times go out the country, behave a certain way, or within the country, behave a certain way in America. And then everybody gets stereotyped. No, that stereotype is spreading. And we should be concerned as a group. I look like you look like me. I had a guy the other day call me a tether. I'm like, what the fuck does that even mean? I have to go, oh yeah, that's that new thing now because y'all FBA, y'all foundational black African. I'm not an idiot guy, I ain't gonna mention his name right now, has been throwing that around on his channel. I met this guy in Sasua. I know who he is. It's just stupid to me, right? But I ain't gonna put everything out there, but I knew the dude was a cornball when I first met him. And he gained a little confidence through his time dealing with some of the girls in Sasua. I even told him that one day. I said, I could see a little change in your difference and just how you carry yourself. You gain a little bit more confidence. But then I hear this dude talking about FBA and I want to fight some guy because they, I guess, think I was in the FBA and all this immature nonsense. These are the reputations and what we're showing the world. At which point do we have responsibility for our community? And this is why when people complain and they say, oh, we want to go to these other countries and we want to have their kind of community, but yet no personal responsibility. Or you guys who want to go to these other countries and you say, oh, well, the women there are more of a family and this, then the third. It's not all the women there, but okay. Some countries got a little bit more of a family oriented thing. Depends on what kind of damage that family went through. But hey, you can't want those things but then don't expect that people gonna want you to be that way also, right? If you go to a country and you want a certain kind of woman and that woman is family oriented, it ain't just mean, oh, she just have all her family around. It should mean that she want to keep a unit as a family and ain't just doing stupid shit to mess it up all the time, right? She should want to stay married if she gets married, or she should be looking for a husband. All that stuff you guys are complaining about. You want a virgin and you want a girl who's that family oriented girl and ain't gonna just devote you like in America take you for half. You can't then complain that they want you to be held to a different standard. And I used to say this. How many of you guys are being realistic to know that if you want to go to a country and get a good woman and a good family with that woman, that it's only realistic that that woman is going to want a good man and her family also is not going to look at a good man as a man who going out there buying street walking women. You want a good wifey woman? You want a good wifey woman, you got to be a good type of guy too. Or at least try the best you can, right? If that woman is messed up, she messed it up, oh well. She ain't a good woman. You bring you. Same in the States, right? So I just see the I don't know, man. I just see the hypocrisy of the whole thing. The other thing I want to talk about is this belief that, and I talked about this a little bit before, this belief that somehow you're better. I literally watch a guy, Homie Hub. Never used to see his channel before this thing with Floyd came up. Apparently, he was one of the guys who first or second realized that this story broke in Brazil and broke it. And he did a video talking about guys going abroad and getting exploited. Only issue I had about what he was saying is then he talking about how his words, we come from these other countries and we are superior. And I'm like, look at this shit I talked about back in the past about us going to other countries and acting like white people who colonizing countries. But now you got black men talking like that. And worse, for the wrong reasons. Listen to me, old fellas. Your money doesn't make you better, man. You're riding on the back of a whole colonial and slavery system that made sure the dollar, the euro, the pound is just stronger than a lot of other countries. And an economic system that was put in place by the white people to make sure that they can buy resources cheaper out of other countries. And by resources, I don't mean the women. I'm literally talking about the economic system, where they can go to a place like the Congo and get dirt cheap prices on everything and gold and diamond. And by the time it hit the United States, it's selling for 300 times more the price. It's an economic system. So now, because of the internet and life, and you can expat over to another country, and because your currency is stronger, it does not mean you are superior. You're not a better human being. Some of y'all are actually worse. I just said it earlier. Some of the weirdest dudes I have met have been other expats. Some of your morals and values are horrible. Starting with the fact that they just walking around paying for hoes. It's even so bad now that you got guys literally running their whole freaking channel talking about how to do that in Brazil. Building a private website just to have these ladies' names, photos, y'all could do ratings, exchange who numbers, sugar baby this and sugar baby that. By the way, any of you guys remember there was a site called back pages or backspace back pages, right? It was kind of like free classifieds Yahoo back in the day, but all the pros used to be on there. Eventually, that the owners got indicted and that site got shut down. And their argument at the time was, well, wait, we were just a platform. I don't know if dude was trolling when he left Brazil. After this whole, maybe he left before me, he left afterwards. I don't really follow his channel like that, but Skylar, um, he used to do it on Patreon. Then he made his own website when they shut him down. Under Brazilian law, that literally could be considered an illegal pro ring. Yeah, you say you ain't gonna never go back to Brazil and blah blah blah. Maybe he's thinking the same way that maybe he shouldn't. Because if they're really not out to get the passport, bros, he'd be the next one they should come and get because his whole channel was based on that before he started doing reactions. And most of the reactions is passport bro type content where it's like, oh, this female hating on passport bros, and then he reacting to her reaction, that kind of thing. But what he was doing, even if you're going to say, well, some of these countries got legalized parts for what they do, yeah, but it's contained within certain things. It's licensed. It's over here where these guys are paying taxes. It's not organized versions, not linked to, you understand? So if you now come up with your little ring, like what they're saying Floyd might have been doing, guess what you're participating in? Even if Floyd wasn't even touching on these little girls himself. The truth is, him being the in-between man, introducing people using fake Uber accounts to have the Uber driver pick some of these young girls up from over here and some of the adolescents over here and take them to a certain place over there, or then to even shoot the videos to then resell to these people. That's all illegal. So if you come up with a network to help facilitate this illegal thing over here with these people who are doing something illegal over here, that means they're now walking into a designated government place that is approved for these activities to happen. Like in Brazil, they got these little houses, forgot what they call it, never went to one. Right? Yeah, fellas, you guys might actually legally be involved in illegal stuff. That means it's illegal. And it might be part of trafficking. Yeah, it still is. I don't know where you guys, even in the DR, people would be like, oh, but it's legal there. No, that's why they were able to do a whole goddamn crackdown in Sasua. It was legal for a woman to walk up to you in these countries and say, hey, how are you doing? You know, I do this. If me and you agree to something, we good. It's not legal for me to be like a pimp and be like, hey, I got this whole website, join, pay me monthly. I got 20 girls on there. That is trafficking. That is illegal. I can't use my platform or my channel to help you guys with that if I was into that. They could now say that's a conspiracy. And sure as shit, if they can't put you in jail for it directly, they sure as hell could try to make a case. And I wouldn't blame them. So all they did with the Floyd Wallace Jr. one is they're going to bring a case because no, it's adolescents, and adolescents mean teenage years and then younger, right? But I am going to argue that the same case could be made for that guy Skyler, the Arabian, if I think about it, right? Because of the type of website he was running. And he wasn't running that from America, he was running that from Brazil. So even just Brazil's law, just go now they're saying, well, they could see who been donating to Floyd, right? And if you guys think, oh, well, you used to watch those channels and you think you might be all right because you used to donate, but you sitting in the United States, guess what? Got news for you. Pay attention properly. The first thing they division in Brazil that did that was going after him. Apparently, the only reason why they grabbed him up like this is because they realized he was about to leave the country, but they were continuing that investigation. They were working with Homeland Security to verify, because they also have to go through Homeland Security to get to Uber. Uber is an American company out to California. So they needed to verify his identity. They needed to know who was doing these things. Uber was the one that was able to say, yeah, we see that they were starting by this account, but this guy now have 5 other fake accounts. But you think they can't contact YouTube and do the same thing? Issue a warrant and be like, hey, this thing is linked to these things, and we think it might have been what we're going to call a criminal network, because there was several people involved using, by the way, you know, back in the day, the way they used to get a lot of black musicians for messing with white girls when it was quote unquote illegal is the minute they took those girls over state lines. You guys think about what they did to R. Kelly, it was the same goddamn thing. Using any kind of electronics or over state lines. And we all know electronics go international and over state lines. The FBI started that way back in the day to get rid of the mafia. It was the only way they were able to get them. Oh, really? They're conducting drugs and wine and illegal alcohol. How can we get them? Oh, wait. These things crossed the border. Okay, we got this law that was old. Let's use that. Now it's conspiracy to commit. Using what? Wire fraud, this, that, the third. You understand? In California back in the day, there used to be a lot of video companies that used to do, you know, videotape ography. Read you the lines. P-ography, right? How did they get rid of those companies? They used those little smaller laws. And those guys used to argue, hey, I'm in Nevada, it's legal. Hey, I'm in this part. They use the same laws to say, but yeah, but your tapes end up in New York. Your tapes end up in this place, that place. It's all around the world. It's now online. You're now doing interstate commerce. So thinking you're being protected by the fact that you're in a state where it's okay if somebody walked into those big houses where women used to do saloons back in the cowboy movies, that's legal. So what you're doing is the same. That's already been proven that that's not true. The DR just proved it. Colombia is proving it. Brazil might be looking at it like, we got to prove this next, or else we're going to be the next DR and the next Colombia. And that was a good way for them, a good place for them to start. It's not like they formed that task force just to do that. They just happened to realize they had a foreigner, right? But that task force was for their own people. Because just because it happened in the United States, these things happen all around the world, right? But this extra adding it to black males who travel, if you guys don't watch yourself, you guys who like to specifically go travel to Colombia and these places to to take part in certain activities, get ready. They might be coming after you guys more. And it's not because those things never used to always happen. It's because now it's being taken to a different level. It's more online more. Only a week ago, I had a guy ask me, how come you ain't showing videos with the girls you're dating? I know why I'm not doing that kind of content. You guys are idiots. Listen, I've watched Don Banks. There's nothing against Don Banks, right? He's not the first to do dating type content. But you add that to the whole passport bro kind of thing, and oh, we got a boat party, and oh, we when you come, I could link you up with this one and that one, or oh, I got a Patreon, and on that Patreon, you're gonna be able to XYZ ABC. You do that to a certain level now. This is not like you just telling a buddy of yours, oh, I know a girl, when you come to town, cool. No, it's now organized. You're now acting like the PIMP. That part is illegal. That part is still illegal even in DR. It's illegal everywhere, except for, I guess, Nevada. Boom, what is it? Moonlight Bunny Ranch. And because you guys, if you love that kind of pay-for-play world, you're looking at it in your mind as well. There's nothing wrong with that. So you're not even understanding. Like when I see a particular YouTuber who went out of Sosua, and now he's traveling around because suppose he can't go back to the DR. They say he got ran out, and he's doing a video talking about I didn't really get run out of that country. Here's what happened. I can't believe that guy put the video up. I'm hoping the thumbnail in that video is actually not the girl he's actually talking about, because before even this thing happened in Brazil with Floyd Wallace Jr., I was looking at the photo of that thumbnail and that video he released, and I'm like, I lived in DR. I think I know exactly what happened, and he's trying to just kind of skirt around different things, but I'm going to guess that was a young girl, and he never verified the age. And in places like the DR in many countries, man, not as organized, there's women walking around with IDs that are fake, but there's women walking around with IDs that are even real, but it's not their real age because they were born in some country-ass area, or their parents didn't take them in time to get their documents, or by the time they got the documents, a mistake was made, so it could be argued they're this age and that age, or they got two different documents. A birth certificate might say one age, the ID when they went to get it said another age, and these people might have been pressuring him for money. That's like the story I talked about when I started this live. I said, let me tell you guys 3 examples of things I've seen. I gave you 3. One on the beach with a young black kid, Haitian parent, and an old white guy. The one with the mother on the outer beach with her 2 kids, a boy and a girl, that tried to do stupidness with me, right? And I know some other stories, but I ain't gonna talk about those other stories because there's people in DR who still know me, and if they listen to the stories, they could link it to females I used to talk to and these kind of things. The point is this: these things happen, fellas, and unfortunately, man, some of you guys I've ran into when I'm traveling. Some of you, and the value system is not that great. It's not that high. And I've always done also cautious content. Do not be a Floyd. Do not be a Skylar. That shit is actually not cool. It's always been where it could have gotten a lot of trouble. And a lot of these same YouTubers are not telling you guys the close calls and the situations they've had. Even every time I had a girl like try to trick me into those kind of things, I've come up told you guys the stories. I told you about getting the country girl. Next thing you know, she shows up with another girl, but then it turns out they're cousins. But then the cousin's still trying to mess with me later on. And I've told you guys these situations, all as warnings. Some of you guys didn't listen. The only difference is now, things is online. People are making more money. Things are getting more popular. You got guys going down doing content, talking about I'm dating this one, this baddie, that baddie. Everything now is not even about travel. It's just about which baddie I can get on the channel. So you guys could sit in the United States and fantasize. I could have done that kind of content a long time ago. The most I will do is some cooking content. Have a girl come cook a little bit, answer some questions, do a little conversation. I'm not going into none of this weird shit with you guys. Literally, a guy asked me a week ago, how come you ain't doing content like that? I realized a long time ago I was never going to do that content. And this is also showing me people who already know my channel and people who don't. Because I've had women I dated on my channel before. Just didn't show their face. Why don't you show her face? Because y'all freaking weirdos. There's guys who even didn't even see her face and was like, I think I know that girl. And then they want to sit there and put the girl information online and all kind of shit. You guys are fucking weird. A lot of y'all are incels. That guy, Austin Holloman, is right. I don't even see why a guy would sit 10,000 miles away for a girl you can't smell, will never touch, and want to live vicariously through another guy's girlfriend on a video. That one channel out to Philippines, or is it Thailand? Two channels actually. The one where the guys always like zoom to Thailand, and then the other one, Chavaversity. I've actually met him in Brazil. I met him and his girlfriend just briefly. I'm not a fan. I ain't gonna stand there and be like, only one person picked it up in my video. Somebody commented in one of my Brazil videos like, hey, was that Travelversity? But I never got that. I never sat, watched a man date a girl and wanted his girl. I don't know if it's because I'm Scorpio. There's only one out of Scorpio I know who say something like that, and it's Greg from Sasua, Mr. Flip Flop. I was like, damn, we build the same. I just never told him that, but yeah, we born the same month and everything. We both born in November, right? We're both Scorpios. He's not a person when I would hear him say that. I was like, yo, me too, my whole life, I never got it. I mean, hell, it's even in the freaking Bible, do not covet thy neighbor's wife. Like, what is wrong with some of you guys? This is the kind of weirdo kind of shit I'm talking about. And it's like a gateway drug. Some of you guys might be listening to this and have those kind of mentalities. I'm gonna be honest. I can't see you. You can't see me. Check yourself. That shit is fucking weird. If all you're saying is you only want to watch this dating type content, no, you only want to watch Don Banks talk to how many baddies. I'll tell you right now, 90% of those girls are prostitutes. I know one of the girls spoke to her more than once, chopped it up for a whole hour. She don't know who I am. She's going to tell me her real name. And I was like, don't do that. At the end of the day, these guys only know you as this online. Don't even tell me your real name. I don't want to know your real name. And she's cool as hell. That girl ain't got no job. That's why he's able to go everywhere with her. She's a great person, though. I'll be honest. Like I was like, damn, this girl attitude. Both times when I met her, I was like, yo, she cool as shit. She had this real bad looking friend that works. I ain't gonna tell you guys where this girl worked, but this girl owned her own little Conchasa stand. And I'm looking at this girl body like, goddamn. But the girl didn't speak Spanish. I don't speak Portuguese. I even had a bad guy. I said, your friend speak. And she looking at me, looking at the girl, and she, you know, and I met her, Don Banks was out, he was out to Brazil at the time too. So me, you know, and the girl was cool as shit. And if I was one of you kind of weirdo dudes, even though I suspected, and I did ask, what does she do? She don't really do nothing. So when you're in these countries and you got women out there in certain places and in certain parts of the beach that are known for foreigners, and the girls going there to meet those foreigners for particular reasons, along with their girlfriends who are into that life, you know what life they're into. There's some of you guys right now probably think, man, if only that could be my girlfriend. Don't even know that that's the easiest way for any of us to bring you content. The guys who really travel, we already know that. But a lot of you guys are green. And it don't mean that a girl you saw on my channel was that. I tell you right now, I've never had a pro on my channel. And how many girls have I had on my channel? And even then, I was like, yeah, I ain't doing no dating type content. Dudes that want to see this shit are weirdos. And they reacted that way too when I tried it. So then I got to bring general girls, just normal little interview, whatever. Can't do no wifey thing. Anybody I dating, y'all gonna never see them on my channel. This ain't gonna be, here's me and my girl traveling somewhere. Ain't gonna happen. And it's exactly because of these kind of reasons. You got to understand, out of foreigners too are watching that kind of content. And it's like, is this just content or is this how these people see us? And unfortunately, you guys do see a lot of the local people from these countries, as y'all are up here and they're down here. And they're just content to you. Or some of the women are just tools to use on your vacation. The girl I used to know used to say toys, which is funny because a white guy she was talking about how she looked at the guy who was playing with her like she was a toy. And I'm like, that's exactly how they treat you. And that's exactly how they think of you. Not all of us will, but unfortunately, I see it from both sides. I grew up over there, but I was born over here. You understand? And that was the other thing that made my channel very unique because I could see things from both perspectives. Because you guys can hear an accent in there, you guys can hear, oh, you from a third world country. But then I also got the American experience of serving the American military, and I've lived there since I was younger. And I grew up in Brooklyn. So many different perspectives from a hard, rough part of Brooklyn too, and from far Rockaway, Queens. Which, unless you guys are a little older, you were in the '90s, you don't even know what I'm talking about. So all these different perspectives, man. I know it is to almost get in like serious crap in Brooklyn. To also be like, well, I escaped there and I went to the military over here. Well, I also went to college over here. But I also, you understand? So I could speak to you guys from very many different perspectives that I've all lived. I've lived them all, right? And then the travel. Keep your head down out there. Don't label yourself nothing. That's part of the catch up. I am a little bit more worried now that unfortunately when we go in places as black men, what's going to be happening with us? We're going to be judged more. And we're creating a world outside of America for us that is similar to being inside of America where we're getting profiled. And there's nobody else to blame at the end of the day but ourselves, a few smaller groups of us, how it's always been. From the street life back in the day, where now every time you're driving wrong, you're getting profiled, pulled over by a police officer, you automatically got to be a goddamn criminal, right? Because of the Floyds of the world, because of the JRLOs of the world. I'm going to call those guys' names out because it's just proven already. It's no secret. 3 years ago when JRLO was becoming JRLO in the DR, I did a video about it, never called his name because that's not who I am. It's different now though, right? Because it's now to a different level. So I could call the name. I'll tell him that to his face. You want to be the first person either. You guys ever ask yourself, like, okay, this guy's been around for a while. You notice you don't hear my name out there. You don't hear nobody disrespecting me. You don't hear anybody unless they just don't know me talking about, I'm going to do this to this guy. There's a reason for that. Part of that reason is because I still to y'all nonsense, but there's a lot of reasons for that too. They've met me in person and they're like, okay, this, he ain't just doing lying, he ain't putting on. I've met YouTubers and I know YouTubers who are putting on fake as shit. They ain't really living that life they're saying. And I don't mean, oh, well, they're acting like they're flossing. That's not what I mean. I mean, the personality of who they're saying they are is not who they are. I am me. Anybody who met me, there's a few people in the space who actually know me. There's a few guys that got my number. I'm me. I'm me. Right? Stay away from the nonsense. I tell you guys the truth. It's not all about numbers for me. It should be. I could have been selling you guys a dream. I've been saying that one for years, man. You think I could be like, you know what? January 1st. Bam. I'm just going to hit the scene with all this crap. All it would do is add nonsense to my life. I'll be another person that goes up and goes down in a few years that nobody's going to care about because there's a crash out content now. There's the dating content. And then there's only a few people who have distinguished themselves for years ago. One of them guys is Lord. I think he's been out here since like 2019 trying to be a YouTuber. He's now getting the success and everything that he deserves because he does good content. I mean, his edits are crazy. He's entertaining. He's just naturally who he is, right? Then you got, of course, we know Checking Effect and we know Ace. Outside of that, the space is going to shit. It's a bunch of fucking crybabies. I'll say it. A bunch of tattletales in this way, where it's gossip. In that manner, I mean, not snitching tattletales. Most of the crap you guys want to see is negative, crash out type, starting the beef, hip hop type bullshit that didn't lead to anything good in hip hop either when it existed in hip hop. But because you grew up on that, the same mentality is now existing in other spaces. Oh, wait, he beefing with he don't like him. Oh, look at him. Generation I grew up with, that shit was feminine. Unless you don't really got a real beef with anybody, you didn't give a shit. I'm going to speak on what I speak about because it's a bigger thing, right? I ain't got no beef with any particular person. I'm gonna say, listen, you guys may be seeing the danger of what you're doing and how this rubs off on all of us now as black men, as a larger group. And then when you're getting affected by it out there, you're then complaining. It's a lot of damage being done. Some of your favorite YouTubers right now are not going to be your favorite YouTubers a year from now because they're going to can't continue. The way the industry is producing that content inevitably is damaging to the people they're producing it with. So what's going to eventually happen? Those people are not going to want to participate within that content knowingly. So it's either guys going to have to be doing it illegally, or eventually it's going to be becoming harder and harder for them to do that kind of content. I knew them a couple of videos here I would do in Susu and then talk over it. That wasn't going to be there forever. I was one of the first to say that was going to happen after a while. There's people who never believed me. And I'm saying the same thing with some of the type of content you guys are watching now. Cannot continue. Will not continue. Everything just goes up, goes down. Some people content is going to continue because it's going to be forever content, is what they call it on YouTube. And certain people content can't continue. I might not even continue to do the type of content. I've changed my content like 3, 4, 5 times already, right? I do AI stuff now on the back end. I do Airbnb. I realize I got to grow. But this is always life. I've always said that to you guys. So just a little bit of catch up, right? I've traveled outside of the countries that we were normally going to. So here's a little, you guys see me disappearing for a while. I was actually in Uganda, by the way. Yep. As in Africa. Went over to Uganda for about like a month and a half. I did South Africa earlier this year. Didn't show you guys not one goddamn thing in South Africa. First off, most of the people who watch this channel, you guys like Jay Rello. When Jay Rello came into Kenya, he was on some other guy's channel that I know. I like the guy's channel. He does real estate stuff. And all Jay Rello was asking about the ladies that he could pay for. And I was like, bro, you sure you want to discuss this with Jay Rello? But I was saying straight up and down to Jay Rello. He's like, oh, I know your channel. All right, cool, bro. But we don't rock with the same thing. I don't rock with who you rock with. I was like, you're not going to like Kenya. Don't go to Kenya. It's not for you. End up being his biggest content, but his worst content ever. And leading to everybody now in this country, in Kenya, when they meet in America, oh, he's an American guy. You got American guys who went to Kenya and then on their receipt, right, for their drinks, somebody and the people who were serving them wrote the N-word out. The guy's got a video of it online. I believe the guy's name is Son of the King, something like that. You guys can look him up. He's doing like Kenya content, right? I think he's also trying to do tours. But he had a video where he was in a club in Nairobi and somebody literally wrote that on it. You guys got to understand that some of this content that some people are pushing and they're promoting, it's not as small as just your little world and entertainment. The world is watching. We're in an interconnected world. It is repercussions for it, just like you walking around in your hood if the police think you're a certain kind of way just because you look black. You feel it's wrong then, right? You don't like it then. How you like it now if when you go a place, as soon as you show up, even if you do meet some girl you like over there, even if you're not traveling for women specifically, you go on your little vacation, you wonder if you could live in a country one day, you get over there, you didn't expect to fall in love, but you meet some girl, and she ain't even willing to talk to you because every scumbag that came before you acted a certain way. So, you know, she sees you as that way too, even if you're not. You know, America got a very individualistic society kind of a thinking where you only think about yourself and, oh, they're different than me, I'm different than them. But this is not the reality of the rest of the world. Just because the white people, when they see us, they see one monolith. It's not about if it's right or wrong. That monolithical thinking that we have for other people also exists for us too. That's because you want to sit there and be like, all them Dominicans are poor. It's not freaking true. All them Dominican girls I used to hear, oh, they're all pros. That's not freaking true. Well, guess what now? Some of y'all listening to this right now, if you're sitting in the United States, you know got a bad name attached to you because of some of these other kind of content you're being supporting. And not only just the content, but the thought process. So when they see you and you see them, they see you trying to use them. And some of you see them only trying to use you because of your money. How about even girls, oh, we don't need your money. It's not about the money. Like I ain't already knew that. I never approached with my money, never led with my money. So unless this was she had originally in her mind, don't matter to me because I already know that. But she's seen so many guys who talk like some of you guys when you're online. They're all poor. How we're going to survive without us? They need us. I mean, have you guys ever stopped to think how that sounds? Is that really true? Like, you really think America is supporting the whole fucking entire world? When it's actually the opposite way around. America is importing every fucking thing, especially from China. So how could that be true? America goes to wars, always at wars. You got to freaking be embargoing and blocking off Venezuela right now over oil. So who really need who? If the dollar collapses tomorrow, or the dollar is no longer the world's reserve currency, America is shit up the fucking creek. Nobody don't need America anymore like they used to need America, except that it just happened to be the currency that to do certain types of trade, is why they call it the petrodollar, is why people still use the dollar. If the BRICS nations, which now make up 75% of the world's population by size, this means Brazil got a population almost the size of the United States, 250 million people. The United States got like 300 million. You got India with like 1 billion people. You got China with another 1 billion. The continent of Africa is going to have the largest population in the world at about 2.3 billion people in the next 10, 15 years. When those people start trading directly with each other, you freaking think they're going to need the dollar? They're not. They're not going to need the US currency, the euro. And by the way, those populations, other than for immigration, which Trump is now cutting off and Europe is cutting off, they're decreasing, like South Korea and Japan. The white population of America is not increasing. The white population of Europe is not increasing. They're getting older and their population is declining, which is why you're also seeing a rise of that more right-wing, racist kind of no immigration, no immigrants policy in these white countries. It's not just the United States of America that is happening with Trump. Germany, where Hitler came from, they're talking that way. And a lot of the moderate Germans are trying to keep that right-wing racist parties out to German government as much as they can. Same thing is happening in England. Same thing is happening in Canada. Same thing was starting to happen to me in the United States before I left the United States of America, where the first time Trump was in there, you hear people talking about, oh, follow the rules and this, that, and the third, and all kind of weird shit that we just feel more emboldened to say. And when they were saying Project 2025 wasn't real, well, go look and see what that is, and then go look and see what they've been doing, and tell me if it's not the same. Go ahead. Anybody want to, hey, this was a thinking man's channel, Rich's Method. This is what I used to do. I used to give you guys a little bit of the booty here and there from some of them girls, tell you some stories, but then drop in knowledge. Still doing it. But no, you guys just want to watch the dating and the crash show content. So, okay, well, hey, that's all it is. That's fine. I ain't changing because of that, right? Anything I do, even if I change my content tomorrow to something else, it's still going to add some kind of value. If I do cooking content with some females from wherever in the world, you guys are going to still learn something. I'm a man to put something in there, but the culture, have the girl answer some questions, and maybe a couple guys who are actually serious about a different country or finding a lady or whatever. Don't travel just for the ladies, not what I'm saying. At least they'll get something out of it. At least they'll know where they can go to have fun, cleanly. They'll know the dangers. They'll know the good. They'll know the bad. They'll know which neighborhoods are cheaper, which neighborhoods are more expensive, which neighborhoods to stay out of, who to watch out for. They're going to try to, trap you up into weird situations to get money out of you. You're going to learn something. Hell, you might even learn to cook. Girl might be like, here's this recipe. Oh, man, I didn't know that about that country. Oh, I didn't know that's what that's called. Oh, I didn't know they made that way. So now maybe you're sitting in America and start talking to some girl. Oh, I saw this video of a girl from your country. Your country got this, you got that. There's always going to be something I'm going to add. You're not going to only hear me on here, but the new latest gossip type crap, or to talk about Jay Rello, or look what Jay Rello just did. I might come up in general on the bigger story to say, hey, we gotta watch the way we are conducting ourselves, because what you do over there to believe that this is like the US and it doesn't affect me, which is not true about the US either. If you're ass robbing people out there and being an asshole, every time I walk out the house and I look like you, I gotta suffer the repercussions of the stupid shit you doing over there. Well, guess what? This was happening out to us too, traveling. I want to live out of places. When I walk in a place, people are like, oh, you one of them American guys. All right, I'm not going to throw off America, but at the same time, I know they're not saying it in a real positive manner. Like, oh man, this is one of the American guys. Hey, come on in, buddy, welcome. Usually, typically, after they talk to you for a while, they end up telling you, oh, you look different than the rest of them, or it just sounds like a racist white man talking, unfortunately. Obama's different. He one of the good ones, that kind of shit. Which is, it's not better. None of that feels better. I don't want to have to go through that. I don't want people who look like me to always be looked down on in the rest of the world. There's nothing cool about that. We have produced, as dark-skinned people throughout the world, some of the world's greatest of everything. Greatest athletes. Greatest education. A lot of people don't talk about that. Mathematics, universities, all came from black people. Fiber optics, black people. In America, you only hear, oh, this guy created the traffic light. Oh, Madam C.J. Walker created hair straightener. That's the bullshit, but that's the surface nonsense. We have made significant advancements and contributions to the world, not just in sports and in music, which the whole rhythm of the world moves to our music. But yet, why is it we're always looking as the bottom of the barrel? Oh, these passport bros. It should be, oh, these black men coming to the country, man, they spend good money, they bring good music, good culture. But this is not what's happening. Every once in a while, people are reminded about that. But in general, it's like, oh, here comes these black people being loud, bunch of tattoos, bringing their pants sagging. One guy coming to a country and beating up the women and calling the women ugly. Not a guy coming and molesting little kids. That's not how it should have been. Not how it should be. There's not the majority of our population. But we think we shouldn't police each other. So we believe, all right, well, since they should know we're not all that way, it's okay. This is not how the rest of the populations act. This is not how they act. Nigerians go places, they now have a bad reputation. They're the scammers. When an Indian goes someplace, oh, they're the mathematicians. So with the Chinese, right? You really think all those Chinese are like that? No, but they police each other. Their parents want them to be lawyers and doctors and everything else because they now got a reputation in the world, and their reputation is for those good professional jobs and things. Patel might be a doctor, a dentist, a lawyer, not a lawyer. Jew might be a Jewish guy might be a lawyer. Oh, them Merkovitzes, they're into movies, they own studios, and they're usually lawyers. I want a Jewish lawyer. How many drug dealers in America? Black ones, criminal guys. When they get big and then they get a case against them, they want a Jewish lawyer. We want to crash out, and they want to complain when people talk bad about us. Tell a Nigerian guy in America. By the way, the richest black population in America right now are actually Nigerians, right? Which is ironic. In the rest of the world, as soon as people hear the name Nigerians, they're like, oh my God, these guys are scammers. They're doing crime in our country. In the United States, they're doctors, right? They're programmers, they're athletes. Israel Adesanya, the Three Kings at one point in the UFC, if you guys watch Ultimate Fighting Championship. At one point, 3 African guys dominating, 2 of them Nigerian. Reputation does matter. How you're treated by these same light-skinned ladies you guys swear up and down is the only ones that are beautiful and the only ones you want. Because if I go get an African girl right now, throw on the channel. Only a few of you guys will watch. Got to get you guys light skinned girls, right? Dominican, Brazilian, Colombian. Shit, you guys are going over black women with bodies to go to Thailand. Like if Thailand women got bodies are known for their shape and beauty. Because the guys show you a few mixed people or a few outliers and tell you good fake stories and you run off to those countries like everything will be okay. Only to go through the same crap you go through with black women or Dominican women who do nonsense or Colombian women who only do nonsense because they're pros. And then you got guys now with the same channel saying the same shit I used to say that I saw in the DR. You guys are saying it in another country. And some of the same guys who used to be in those countries are now in Thailand. They're now in the DR. I mean, they're now, on the other side of the world where the women Chinese looking, never were known for being the most beautiful women, repeating the same crap. And then eventually saying the same thing. Oh, the women just want to use us for our money. Oh, I thought she was a good girl, but she was a pro. When the only places you're going to is where the pros hang out. You still didn't learn how to differentiate the pro from the regular girl, or you tell yourself the girl's so poor she just needs you. So this is why you helping her out. What kind of so then later when the girl only needs you and it's like, well, I can't survive without your money and I need to do this and that to you for the money, you're acting like you're shocked. Don't make any sense. Don't lead with your wallet. I started saying that way back in the day. Hell, I know some guys who were living in the DR saying that, and they were all leading with their wallet. That was the irony too. Yeah, fellas, don't leave your money. I'm like, oh, now that I'm doing videos saying don't leave your money, y'all saying that now, but y'all don't even live that. Only one guy had said he learned that he should have never been leading with his wallet. Older gentleman, cool guy, I know him, but he was straight pay for play. Probably still is in Thailand now, but he used to lead with his wallet all the time. It's not till he got bit in the butt several times you realize, like, damn, maybe this younger guy, he was right. Don't leave with your wallet. So then he starts saying, don't leave with your wallet. And all the other guys start saying, Thailand, all these places, don't leave with your wallet. I'll tell you right now, 90% of those guys still leading with their wallet. They are. When everything else fails, I have sat there in front of these guys, watched them collapse when they can't get the girl, and then start trying to buy the girl. Hey, let me buy you this. Oh, send this over there for her. In that kind of manner, not like they're literally trying to buy the girl. There was that too. Guys who sat there and was like, I'm gonna give you this much. And the girl's like, I'm not that kind of girl. No, what the hell? Okay, I'll give you this much more. How about that? Let me double it. And then get upset because they literally thought every girl was a prostitute and everybody got a price. Part of that is that same colonial and capitalistic thinking. And that I am better, they're lower, and my money could buy anything, I could buy them all. Does corruption happen? Yes. The truth is, man, most of the people in these countries with serious values probably wouldn't even talk to some of you guys and some of us as travelers. Because unfortunately, there's been other travelers before us who had certain bad reputations. And we all know looked at the same way. Damn, my family trying to call me, man. My brother's trying to call me back. Yeah, man. But fellas, that's a little catch up and chat. Not too many people in the chat. I'm just killing some time. Ain't got nothing ready to go. I was gonna go out and do some stuff, but still fairly early. Um, yeah, man. Hey, any of you guys have some actual real questions and then don't want BS? Send me an email. I'll send you a link for like an email consultation. Doing like real low prices. I think the one I got on PayHip is a high price, but hell, maybe you guys just want to do a regular. That was one of the issues too. I didn't want to do consultations, man, because I don't have patience for nonsense. For like people who gonna be like, oh, all the women are this, all the women are that. I might have to tell you some things that hurt your feelings. I still think maybe somewhere out there, there's still some reasonable guys who used to watch my channel and still watch the channel and would actually just want real straight up information. But this is not what I found. I found the most guys want the dream, right? They literally want Zoom to Thailand type content, thinking it's real, or that everything they say is true. And even he gotta admit, well, I tried to tell you certain things. If you come out here and don't follow my rules or don't follow what I said in the consultations, and your life goes bad, that was on you. Even he's been saying that, which is ironic. Because that guy used to sell the dream real hard. But at least he still knew he had a responsibility that if you guys were actually on a consultation with him, he would actually literally tell you guys both sides of everything. And why wouldn't you want to know both sides, man? You should want to make your life better and easier. And your situation is easier to handle. You know, I got guys who sometimes will be like, hey, man, I got a girlfriend down there. Let me ask you this question. I'm like, bro, if you living in the States, you met this girl 2 months ago, you visited once, and you think you got a girlfriend, you got to pay me for that consultation. Because no, I ain't even responding. You don't have a girlfriend. You met a girl one time, 2 months back, 3 days in a country, and now she's texting you nice, sweet stuff. And every once in a while, she's sending you messages of drama. And your brain all over the place, and she's bouncing you back and forth. One day she love you, you the best, Poppy, did you eat? Are you all right? Baby, I really love you. And then next day she got drama, she ain't gonna talk to you unless you do certain things. That's why, for that one, I either gotta do consultations or don't do any. This is why I didn't really used to do consultations, right? Because if I'm gonna sit there and have to break it down for you guys, why you're in a problem, you don't pay me for that stress. I did a million videos already explaining half of it. But if you're gonna do the one-on-one and you're gonna do the little details and I'm gonna break it down for you and ask you this, that, nah, you don't have to pay for that. At least I said, all right, by email, shoot me 25 or $50, ask any question, go serious, message me for a whole goddamn month. I don't care. It's by email. I just respond when I see it. That's a little different, right? I don't mind doing that. I don't mind helping somebody out. Anybody else want to do something more direct? You paying more. If you want me on the phone for 2 hours explaining to you what the hell and why you move wrong and how you should have moved right and what might be really happening just to make your life easier, cool. That's cool too, but you can pay a higher price for that. Now, the reason why I don't really do a lot of consultation, most of y'all ain't willing to do that. You guys got to go and lose $5,000, $6,000 to these ladies, man. Or to pros, or end up in bad situations, or running out of country because you're going to be arrested. I know a guy right now can't go back to the DR because he could probably get arrested and he probably would. And this guy was like, oh, this is my only wifey. He didn't mess with the pros. You know, moved the girl. He and the girl moved into the same place. Listen, I don't want to go back to the DR, but I'm sure I could if I wanted to. Would I probably get in some drama with some stupid girl who just dumb and didn't realize life? Maybe. We all went too good and bad in the DR. But the likelihood I would have been all right. I just don't live my life that way, man. I don't want to live my life that way. Life is going to change. Eventually, you got to move on when people can't see certain things or when things ain't going certain ways. You're not growing, right? So it's the same for you guys. No matter which country it is. Now I've done South Africa, Kenya, Uganda, Brazil, DR, Colombia, Chile, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, Bahamas, Canada. Hey, these countries you guys want information on, you let me know. Or not. Maybe next time I'm in South Africa, I might actually do some content. I'm thinking about it. If you guys want to see that, there's not too many people on this live, but if later on you're listening to this live, you want to see like maybe some South African content, you let me know. I won't even try to do really Kenyan content. I did Kenyan content in the past. You guys did not want that. And I can see how you guys treated Austin Holloman and Kid Greatness. So I know that's not the content for you guys. I would just got to start like a whole different channel if I wanted to. But this is the other thing. This kind of content, man, I'm not even sure I want to do this kind of content anymore. There's no, when I felt like I could have put out a video in DR and actually help some guys, and the guys were a little bit more mature, not as young, not the crash out type dudes. Maybe a guy who was in his 50s, 40s, 30s. Maybe some of these guys have been going to the DR for 20 years, 10 years. Maybe they met a nice Latino woman in New York, and then they got to know her. They got to know the family. They came down a couple times with her, or they never even went to the DR, but they know a bunch of Dominicans in the Bronx, and they might have just been in the States dating a Dominican woman, and they feel like it's a different culture, and they just want some insights. And I was actually being helpful. That felt good. I don't think this was happening these days, right? So then, why would I want to be as invested? And I don't think there's nothing new I can bring to you guys from these other countries. After a while, too, there was nothing new left to be said, nothing that nobody else didn't say already. After you start to travel to these different countries, you realize it's the same, especially if it's, let's say, it's the Latin countries. The same Latin culture, man. Girls doing the same thing in DR to some of these guys that they're doing to them in Colombia. Same thing in this country or that country, right? So then you tell your stories and a little dating stuff. All right, cool. It's a story time. But then you give your warnings. Most people don't listen. You learn, you make mistakes, so then you try to say, don't make this same mistake. Let me tell you what could happen. Nobody don't listen. Or only a few guys listen. And you look back, you look 4 years later, and you're seeing dudes doing the same thing that you did videos about 4 years, 3 years, and 2 years ago, saying, don't do this, this is gonna happen. And you gotta be like, are you fucking kidding me? I got like 5 videos on that. Did you do any research? Oh yeah, man, I used to watch your channel. You still fucking went over there and did the same shit, didn't you? Yep. And I crashed out. Oh, but I didn't like your Kenyan content, man. I didn't like that. All right, bro. Let me just tell you something. I don't like your content either, and Kenya is not for you. And then the dude came to Kenya, beating on a girl, buying pros, calling the ladies ugly, and hit world star hip hop. Same dude with the DR do the same crazy crap before that time. Supposedly watch my channel. Gonna tell me, oh yeah, man, I like your channel, but I don't like the Kenya stuff. I used to like your DR stuff. I like your other stuff. I watch you. And I gotta ask, how much did you fucking listen? If I didn't make no impact, the hell was this for then? I'm gonna just do it only because of the money, man. At least you guys know when you get information from my channel, you're getting real information. I'm actually trying to be helpful. I'm actually trying to save some of you guys some headaches, either because I just saw it or because some of the things I went through myself. Yeah, man. So please, when we out there, you know, watch the way we conduct ourselves, man. It does actually matter. And I foresee in a year a lot of opportunities gonna go away because of the nonsense that's been happening. The lowest of the barrel, the bottom, and I'll say it is what it is, have been putting type of content out that's hurtful. So some of that kind of content, the ladies ain't gonna want to be involved in it. Locals ain't gonna want to be involved in it. And then also eventually, if that goes too far or one extra major thing happen on top of what just happened in Brazil, and you add Trump into that, restricting, a lot of countries from going into the United States of America, these people gonna feel like, well, hell, back in the day, we don't want any smoke with America. So we allowing them to come here. We letting certain things fly. But they're gonna be like, there's no upside no more. They ain't want us there. All right, we ain't want them here either. Oh, they think they could look at us this way? All right, good. We're gonna scrutinize them when they try to come into our countries because there's no upside. Right now, guys complain the last 3 months. Oh, if you go into Medellin, you might get stopped. They're turning people away. I'm like, are you guys aware of what's been happening the last year between Trump and the Colombian president? Why the frick is that shocking? What it should have made guys think was like, wait a minute. I see guys, oh, they're targeting the black men, though. What happened to the other ones? God damn it. I know what happened. They're targeting the black men because we are the lowest on the totem pole. They got to wonder if they target a white man, if that white man might have some connection or know somebody who's powerful. I was saying white guy, they might still be like, it's always these white guys. They're definitely, 90% of them is S-tourists. They're ex-tourists. That's what they're there for. But they're going to see the black man and be like, well, we could actually tell him he's an ex-tourist. We could actually give him a hard time. We could search his crap and send his ass home. We ain't really gotta worry much about it. But we turn right through into these white dudes. Trump in there already talking shit, and we trying to give Trump back and this country back some flack. We might gotta worry about a few of them though. They might be a little bit more powerful. You know, they own some shit over here. They know some politicians. They could pay off some people. I might get in trouble. Oh, these are the guys. Look how this one dress. Oh, I see what these type of guys being doing online in our country. So hey, I could ban a few of them. I could give a few of them a hard time. And this is the kind of thing that might start to happen to us more. I have been noticing it. Literally. You get to an airport and the tone and the way people are looking at you is now different. I think about 8 months ago, Austin Holloman actually mentioned this because he had an issue in South Africa. And he wasn't entirely sure what it was. Now, this is a black country, so you can't say, well, the racism. You go to Colombia, you could say, these Spanish people think they're different than us. They think they're better. All right, okay. But when you go to South Africa and the people are already looking at you like you did videos in our country, or a person like you do the video in other countries, and you talk crap about my country. Okay, 3 days, 4 days. Nope, you overstayed. Because it's up to the individual person. And with how the world is going now, your email that you got to put for your application when you go into a country. I think now Colombia is requiring FBI background checks. If people go into Colombia and then want to stay in Colombia, Colombia used to be one of the easiest countries and the lowest amount you got to make monthly to get like a year or 2 year residency in Colombia. I had thought about applying for it once at one time, but after staying in Colombia, I was like, yeah, nah, Colombia ain't for me, right? But ex I used to have in DR at the time. The plan was it was a good country to kind of transition with her if we worked out because it was like Colombia was one of the places that allowed Dominicans to go in easy. And I could have got her into that country on like a more of a 1 or 2 year residency, much easier because of the requirements of Colombia at the time. I could go to a background check. That ain't nothing. I know she could have too, but that ain't even a point. What I'm saying though is these guys gonna start to make it harder. They watched foreigners in Medellin drive up the price. They watched with impunity for years white guys in Medellin and Parkieres and these places acting a complete jackass. That was one thing even me as a black traveler I knew many times that when I would go a place, the white foreigners in that place just doing whatever the F they want and running around with an attitude that they were better than everybody. They're the real true exploiters of the women and everything else, by the way, because they were the original ones doing this stuff. I actually think less black guys actually really go and exploit women in these countries. Many times we don't have the type of money, unless we all ex-military, right? Most of the other guys who weren't military that I met ain't got money like that, right? All right, that's one. Two, some of these guys are you kind of passport bros that were looking for love. See, you're hoping to look up on a good girl, getting fooled many times, not realizing the girl's a pro, going through the ringer. Oh my God, she took this much money. Oh, she sent me a photo of an empty fridge. Oh, she always sending me photos of her baby sick. Child always sick. The dates are wrong in the photos if you look closely, because they think they either pulling your emotions or trying to get money. One or the other sometimes, right? But why a lot of the black guys were going through that kind of turmoil? My point is they were actually looking for something more genuine and not realizing the game out there, not realizing if you deal with a certain type, this comes with it, or what a certain type was in these countries. These white guys are already aware of that. Some of these white guys love doing videos with these girls, the other type of videos, not YouTube videos, right? Love doing all the little crazy crap out there, getting drunk, saying the worst things, saying the worst thing about the local people. But they, it's kind of expected. They come from that white supremacy, racist shit. So it's shocking to hear that when you're abroad, but also not surprising. It's like, yeah, these white people, these fucking racist ass motherfuckers. Same reason why I'm not in America or in Canada, or France, right? It's like, well, that's what comes even living there. So we know that already, right? So When it came to that, it was just seeing them expanding what they were doing. What's a shocker now is hearing other people that look like me and black people like myself saying that about other black people or brown people in other countries. Not even realize that we're picking up the colonized mentality. I know you got this new bullshit about FBA, foundational black American. You got to differentiate yourself from the other Americans who, okay, the person born there, but the parents were somewhere else and all this shit. It's just stupidity. I don't care which one you get insulted. You could leave the channel. That's dumb as fuck. White people must be looking at us and laughing like, what fucking idiots? Look at them. They're going right back to Jim Crow, and if they're lighter versus if they're darker. We got house Negroes again or field niggas. That's what they got. The only difference is today, the FBAs, they're the house niggas. And everybody else, I guess, is the field Negroes. I guess Caribbean people were the field niggas. And the FBAs are the house niggas. They're just a little better, right? We ain't from Africa either. No, my generation was one of the ones who discovered North America even before the Indians 1,000 years ago. And then later the Indians were there, and then the white people. And then, they also brought some Africans, but I'm not from their generation. You're being stupid because your people would have still come from Africa in the first fucking place to discover the United States of America. So does it matter if your great-great-grandfather went through slavery or not? You think coming from slavery makes you worse or better? Slavery existed all over the place for everybody. White people had slavery, Indian people had slavery. Slavery was there. Yeah, white people were enslaved by other white people and by the Arabs at one point. Some of you guys talking, you don't even know history. You don't care to go and look. Yes, there was different levels of slavery. Yes, some was more cruel than others. Fine. That's a great argument. But if you're fucking black, you're black. Your ancestors came out of Africa. If you think you got to America before or after, or 10 generations behind got there before or after slavery, whatever the fuck, it still don't matter. You're African. Just stupid, talking stupid shit. FBA. I'm a foundational black American. I'm not the other black people. Sound like a fucking idiot. These are the same people that one generation ago when I was younger, we would have been like, this nigga is Uncle Tom. Let's just be real. This is what was going to happen back in the day. It's like this one black guy over there who think he's better than the other black people just because. Maybe he went to a better school or he's a little lighter. Y'all doing the same crap now, but for the rest of the world. Some of the guys who believe in now in this FBA shit. The white people got to be laughing. Like they're fucking stupid. We did the same shit to all of them. Guys, it's called Let's Catch Up. That's the title to this video. I never told you guys it'd be a good catch up or it won't be rough on you. It's not what my channel is about. My channel is about to make you think, right? Yeah, I know the Brazil videos I've been doing have been a little bit more like just walk and show them the beach, right? Because I had nothing else to really say. If I said maybe once in a while now, I'll just do this podcast version, which is kind of like halfway between my older videos and the new ones, right? Where you get to hear my opinions again. But it's still intended to make you guys think. Think a little bit deeper than what you're normally thinking about. What are we doing? Just showing each other, man. Passport bro over here, this guy doing this over here, FBA over there. We all here looking stupid and reckless. Oh, we send police around. While complaining, oh my God, look how this guy Floyd making us look. Well, you don't believe in policing your own people. What the hell are you doing a video about Floyd afterwards then? It shouldn't affect you, right? Oh no, you making all the passport bro name look bad. Oh, okay. Didn't realize it was a bad looking name before. All right, I see. Thought it was cool then. Oh no, he's not one of us. He said he's not one of us. Why they still labeling him one of us? Passport bro. You know, true passport bro. You can't have it both ways. One or the other. We got to realize we're part of the same community. We got to realize that some are a danger to the good look of that community. And while it's internal, we should have did something about it. Got a guy did a video. I've never heard about this guy until this Floyd thing popped up in DR. He started saying, "Oh man, if you guys look back a year ago or 6 months ago, I did a video. I just didn't name this guy's Floyd name. Now that I see he got arrested, let me tell you, it was Floyd. It was him and another guy. And this Dominican woman brought her daughter. And then I overheard him, Floyd, talking about how he liked the rib cage of these little girls and blah blah. And if you see something, say something." One person made a good comment in his video. You're gonna sit there now and talk about when you see something, say something. You didn't say nothing when you saw it. You don't heard it. You didn't even put the guy's name in the video. Well, with that said, let me file my own thing. I'm gonna call this out. But I'm gonna say allegedly. I'm gonna say I don't know for sure. I'm just gonna say which song like this person was saying about themselves, right? I personally think Giaimo Jackson Carter halfway might have implicated himself in messing with a girl who might have been younger. Now, I'm not saying he knew this, is why I say allegedly. Or the girl is not younger, and the girl really is of age, right? But the reason why I think he might not be able to go back to DR is because the family, his own video of a girl, if it's the same girl he has in the photo on the thumbnail who look young as shit, he could always go change the thumbnail. I know he watches my channel. Tries to act like you don't. But that girl look young. And they might have tried to pressure him like, yo, either you got her pregnant, y'all told him in the video about we got a couple of girls pregnant, are we gonna pressure you for the money? Or both. You got the girl pregnant, and then you found out the girl might be 17, or maybe she was 17 at the time when he got her pregnant. Who knows? But to me, the things he was talking about, his own words, that he didn't get run out today, but he left his own volition of his own volition. But also started to talk a little bit what happened. He was messing with a girl, and then this and that with a family. That story sounds exactly like what I'm telling you guys usually happen. And like when that lady walked up to me on the beach, tried to offer me later her daughter when she see I wasn't interested in her. There was other large YouTubers. One of them don't have a channel anymore. And he straight up and down talks his story also about how he was messing with this one lady who had a daughter. Not underage or nothing like that, right? Grown woman, grown guy, grown kid. But it wasn't unnatural every once in a while to run into situations where you realize if you wanted the mom and the daughter, the mom would make it happen. Or some very questionable circumstances would come about when you'd be like, what the hell's going on here? All right, why are they both butt naked in the same room? When it came to some Dominican women, right? Because if that woman was all about the money, had a grown daughter, felt like, well, maybe you also wanted her daughter, she don't look at you as some husband. She look at you as just business. So for her, some of these girls in Sasua and these kind of things, these kind of occupations are passed down. I mean, some of those occupations are passed down. You meet a girl out there, her mom used to do the same thing. They're separated in their mind. That's just a job for her. Some of you guys are the latest lick. Do the business. If her daughter already out there like that, and she already been out there like that when she was younger, it would be just like if her daughter ran into you on the street somewhere and she also didn't know you. So she's like, all right, this guy gonna give us crazy money, pay all our bills. Oh well, look like you're looking at you too. Okay, you could have you too. And dude talked about how the woman had a daughter walking there, and he was like, what the, and then he decided he had to get the hell out of there. But he was also looking at like, this is a legal liability for me somehow. I don't think he did because the girl was older, but still. Some kind of weird setup is we thought was happening. Where later on they were going to grab him for money and say, well, if you don't give us what we need, we're going to say you do this or that. So legal liability part was like, they could have popped up and cry, like if he forced himself or something. You guys think these things is cool to hear and it's good stories, but when you're out there, be aware. It's cautionary tales. Don't get, Floyd situations. 99% of y'all are not weirdos. You're never going to be in that situation. But these are the kind of situations, yes, you could be in those situations. You could be messing with some girl, and then, she just made some wild allegation unless you give her money. That happens to most of the guys in Sicily. You've seen it on videos. Girl agrees to something. She's a pro. You guys think it's cool. Invite her to the hotel. Next thing you know, you thinking, well, hey, she's supposed to be doing what she's doing, so the police would definitely be on my side. Like Jarello, I'm gonna call the police. Police show up, now you gotta pay the police too. Because that's not organized. You met a lady in a country where if it's one-on-one, it's completely legal. If it's not organized, it's just two grown adults having an agreement. She ain't committing a crime. Not in the police eyes. Right? In the United States of America or Canada or England. So now, police like, what do you want me to do about it? And they're gonna be like, well, he said he would give me this much. Police and that girl gonna talk. Probably already know the girl. She in the tourist zone where you guys go, you in the first or the last. Police already know they're getting a cut. The girl already knows she giving the police a cut. She bump up the price, but now she know the police gonna take a cut. But hey, she getting double or triple what she gonna get anyway, right? No, you guys are in those situations. I would tell you guys just stay away from that, but that ain't gonna happen. It's been 4 years, 5 years on this channel. Started this channel in 2020. Some of my videos ain't even public. Some I've deleted. You guys didn't listen then, you guys are not gonna listen now. Well, at least I could tell that part of the story. So if you guys were actually listening, and you find yourself getting into those situations, you'll be like, wait a minute, I heard this before. I see what she's doing. All right. I ain't gonna fall for that. It'll cost me even more. Okay, cool. You guys will do what you do anyway. And then they're gonna be the guys like me who won't do any of that. And they're gonna listen to the same story and they'll be like, oh, okay, yeah, even more reason why I ain't gonna mess with one of those type of things. Shoot. Cool. Bet. Thanks for that. So either way, that's the kind of stories I like to do because that's helpful. Helpful to both people. All right? You guys in these countries, man, any country, be aware. If you think these things can't happen in the United States of America, it absolutely can. You probably just don't hear it on the news as much. There's probably some guy right now in jail in America looking up, watching Floyd thing on TV like, God damn, yep, sure some white dude or something similar, or listening to a similar story that we all talk in DR, Colombia, or Brazil, and say the same thing. Some countries, these things happen more. Some countries, these things happen less. None of it has ever happened to me because it's simple. You don't want to get burned, don't play with fucking fire. Simple, simple, simple. And more serious situations, I have never, ever been in it. I'll tell you guys, I think I told this story already, so there's no problem. During COVID, DR, Sosua, I go over there. One of my buddies, he passed away, but he used to be over there. He had a birthday party. So I go a little earlier. I'm like, all right, cool, man. He's like, yeah, come over. We have some drinks. We'll do it at my favorite hotel. The hotel got like a little pool. These guys go over there and eat. The restaurant there. So perfect environment, right? I go to the beach earlier. I'm sitting there, see this Asian girl. She's working on the beach. She comes up. She's got the menu, everything. This is where I came up with the part-timer from. I'm thinking this is a normal girl. She got a normal job. She's working in a restaurant, right? So, all right. Girl asked me a couple questions. I think the next time I saw her, same thing. Went there, sit down with her, talk a little bit. Realize, okay, part of the game is they're gonna ask you to buy them something. Just running up the tab. All right, hey, you bought a fish. Can you buy me a fish too? She sit down, eat it with you, chit chat. You want a drink? Okay, buy you a drink, buy me a drink. Still part of her tab, and you still paying the tips. No, she doubling, tripling up. She getting 30% from that. All right, cool. That part, figured that out after a while, but that ain't the real thing that really happened, right? I'm thinking me and her vibing a little bit. I ain't thinking nothing. I'm thinking, well, this is a Haitian girl for one. She in Dominican, right? Speak a little bit of English. But hell, I spoke a little bit of Spanish, so that was cool. We were at least able to still communicate. A lot more Haitians sometimes know English, right? Than some of the Dominicans. Well, and if you meet a Dominican in those areas that really know English, you know they hustling and they working for sure. A Haitian, they might be doing a legit job. Some of the girls might be hustling. Who knows? By that time, COVID was shutting down everything anyway. People might have just been desperate. But I told the girl about my homeboy party. She's like, "Oh, I could come over. I could come out there after work." Be careful of this when somebody invite you to something in the DR and many other countries around the world. Many times you paying, or they think you paying, or they're gonna try to get you to pay. The other thing is sometimes who you think is an invite for you is not ready, or if you invite them, they thinking well you got everything right. Either way, this girl kind of invited herself to the thing. But hey, I'm a gentleman. Anytime I take a woman anywhere, or if a woman shows up, or even if a woman starts talking to me at a place, or I start talking to a woman, I'm buying her a drink anyway. It don't matter to me. Shorty did eventually show up when she leave work, change her clothes and everything. She's like, "Oh, I just got to go home, change my clothes. I'll come over." She did. Yeah, had all the other girls who were working at the bar, blah blah. Me and my buddy, we chopping it up. Everything is cool. Later on in the night, I'm like, "Well, hey, bro, hey, yo, I'll check you later." The girl was ready to leave. She's like, "What room you staying in?" I said, "Well, you know, I'm staying in a room here." She's like, "Well, it's late. I'm sure you're not going back to Puerto Plata." I'm like, "Yeah, you're right." I had a room upstairs, you know. So she's like, "Oh, you go back to your room and chill. We could drink all the rest of the beer, blah blah." Go back to the room. Of course, one thing led to another. By the next morning, now she's like, "Oh, but by the way, it's gonna be this much, blah blah." I was like, "Wait, what the what what? No." Shorty is like, "Hey, I figure you know where you are." So I said, "But you work at a restaurant, like?" She's like, "Yeah, but I got a baby." All of a sudden, no, she got a baby. She got a kid, and she want to buy him shoes and the whole usual stuff. She didn't realize like, okay, he ain't in the life like that. So now I'm just gonna be like, well, you're not really paying for this. You're giving me the money so I could do these other things, that kind of thing. And situations like that happen. By the time that almost happened the second time in Puerto Plata City, I was at one of the big supermarkets over there. Ran into some girl over there, and then she's talking, and then she started telling me about her kid, and she want to buy something for the kid, and I just cut her ass off because I already know what she was on, right? She was like, "Oh, I could come over to your house and then you could give me the money for that." She was going to do the same thing. She was just doing it in a different way. So these kind of stories, man, I told these stories online to you guys. And it's just amazing to me, even though with these crash out content guys, I'm watching the same stuff happen, right? And I'm like, how the hell y'all were online watching these same goddamn channels? My channel, Taylor Made Dream channel, whoever else you're watching, or maybe some of the young guys were. Maybe they were just watching what's his name, man? All he used to do was only the Sasua girls walking around in a circle. Uh, a Haitian guy too. He's Haitian. Pudo TV. That's it, Pudo. I think most of you guys were just watching Pudo TV, man. You guys were not watching the stuff that got information in it. Maybe you watch a few of my big videos that were in Sasua with the girls, and you figure, God, the guys used to don't talk in the video. And I'm like, if they only had listened to what I'm saying in the video. But they were so used to watching the Pudo type TV kind of hidden camera videos that they just thought, oh, it's the same thing. They didn't even paying attention to the fact that you'd see the girl look directly at my camera. Or I would stop and talk to a girl and you could see me and the girl talking. But maybe sometimes because it's Spanish, you couldn't understand what the hell was happening, you know. So then you guys just try to categorize it the same. But my channel had never been the same. It was never the same as those Pudo TV type channels. They didn't have no playing music to the girls walking. I had my stories. I had my information on the back end of it. Sometimes I would tell people if you get to the end of the video and you got the gem of this video, make a comment. This is what used to tell me the real serious people. Because I think only like 3 months ago, I got one of those comments from a video that was like 2, 3 years old. I was like, damn, all right, this dude, yeah, there you go. I'm like, this had to be one of the DR videos long before even I went to Colombia. Because that's the ones where like 2 or 3 videos, I was like, all right, if you got to the end of this and you got the gem of what I was trying to drop to you, and you actually made it this far, do a comment. So now when I watch this craziness happening, when I'm watching the dating only content, when I'm watching, everybody is a girlfriend, but 90% of those girls are pros, you know. Um, and you got people like literally believing it's true. And then people replacing the word pro for model. She's a model. It's a model. That's funny that the girl looking at it too, like, well, when the next guy come to Brazil, the next guy gonna want to date me too. So hey, and you got guys talking about I knocked off this girl that this guy had. You're like, what the hell? Everybody in the country already know in that area that girl's a pro. She's a model. You won't knock off nothing. It wasn't his girl, everybody girl. And no, your girl was everybody girl, and it still is everybody girl. You were just willing to do more. So no, you think you got a girlfriend. I'm watching this stuff and I'm like, most of these guys just want fantasy. They don't really want the real thing. And if I try to tell you it's a fantasy, you don't like what you're hearing. Nah, that can't be true. If that was your dream, when you go over to that country, this will be happening to you too, right? You'll pull that baddie. Because that guy pulled that baddie. How he pulled that baddie? Paying for that baddie. He didn't pull shit. And then you guys just wading in that water. Now you attach a name to it. Passport, bro. So now, okay, you only go into a country just to date a woman. I'll be honest, man. That's kind of like you gotta if you only want to go to a country just to literally only date a woman or date some women, you gotta work on your self confidence before you even leave your country, man. You got guys walking around Sasua talking about no, 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 it's only a wife. I'm here to look for a wife. There's a million dudes did videos. Don't go looking to Sasua for a wife. The girls there working. And then a person get there and then they're like, oh shit, I thought them guys were capping. They really were telling the truth. It really is only that. Yeah, you really can't find nothing here. I got to change it up. I need to go over here. No, I'm truly only looking for a wife. So you're in a foreign country and you only travel there, literally looking for a wife. What the fuck is wrong with you? Why would you be doing that? There's not a reason to go to a country. At least, thank God, this one guy who was saying that he actually is like, well, if I was struggling home, I could struggle in this other country. I want that freedom. I saw these guys living the expat life. My money is down, but I think I could do that life too. I just don't want to live in my country no more. Cool. Primary reason should not be to meet a wife. I have never been to any country to meet a wife. When I go a place, I like women. There gonna be women that I end up talking to. There'll be women that if I meet a woman, I end up liking her. I didn't even think I was going to end up liking her. And because of that, also, I don't mess with pros. You know what would be the worst nightmare for me? To actually end up going to a country, meeting a pro, and then realizing, because you can't help who you like. Fuck, this girl's a pro. I swear to God, I might have had a couple of nightmares about that like 4 or 5 years ago. Like, hey, if I thought a girl might have even been into that, I asked her a million fucking questions. I'm like, I can't talk to you if it's ever, who have you ever dealt with? Because, man, it's like that would be such a hit to my ego, right? To think I was getting a real girl, but I was getting a pro, and then found out later on she was a pro, or everybody else was treating her like a pro, or she was taking money like a pro, or she was a part timer. And I'm like the only idiot who didn't know. Like one of my worst nightmares to ever happen. Or like the dude who came and got the girl out of Kenya. And when she got over, she's like, F the passport, bro, was left him with a baby and everything and disappeared. The only good thing she did, and I said this to a girl, I said, listen, it's the only good thing she did. She was clearly a pro. I don't know how this guy didn't see it. As soon as that guy started showing her photos of that girl in Kenya, looking at the photos, I was like, God damn, that was so obvious she was a pro. Look how this girl dressed. Look at the places that she's in. All the things I used to warn with DR. If the girl got photos, she's in hotels, she's in all the resorts, she's in all the hottest clubs, but she ain't got no fucking money or no job, bro. She's a pro. This shouldn't be hard to figure out. But of course, the guy ain't even thinking he got to look to see if she's a pro. So then he got caught up. Other guys learn, okay, some girls are pros, some girls are not. This is when you should have started being like, wait, okay, if the pros got all these tendencies, this girl I'm talking to, shoot, she got the same tendency. So she might be a pro. I mean, look at this. Oh, damn, this dude married this girl, did a YouTube channel with her girlfriend type thing, him and a Kenyan girl. Girl go over there. As soon as the girl got her papers, girl on Instagram opening up her documents because now she's legal and dipped out within 2 weeks. Talked a whole lot of shit, run off with a white guy. Anybody who had went to Nairobi would have known that in Westlands, if a girl's always over in the Westlands area, Kilauea area, Kilimani area, in all these hotels and all these Airbnbs, she working. And most of the time, those girls are chasing these old white men. You ain't gonna ask the girl who she used to date. You ain't gonna see no photos of her ex. You ain't seen a whole bunch of European dudes sending money to Africa for these girls and they ain't got no jobs, but they got money and then these places chasing after other white guys too. Or sleeping with black guys, but they got white zaddies and white husbands abroad in Europe. And things happen all the time. Now, how is that different from DR, where now you guys sending down the money, but I was in DR and I might have banged it out. Only to find I did a story about that. This one girl who was at my house, normal job too. This girl was actually working at a regular job. I don't want to say where it is. She probably still out there working at that job. Had a baby and everything. But she was cool, and I was like, damn, I won't mind this one. Nothing too serious. I don't really date the child mother, but I would try to talk to her because, like I said, sometimes you just end up liking somebody that you didn't figure out you were going to like. Then I found out she had a kid, so I wanted to step off. But every time when I would see her, we would talk a little bit more, right? And then one day, she came over to my spot. I'm thinking, well, you at my spot, even though you got a kid, you single. Only for when she's there at my house. Her child father called, but now she can't talk on the phone. Turns out he living in the States. He's still sending money. She ain't really single. Of course, one of you idiot guys left a comment talking about, oh, even the single mothers need a little bit of something sometime. You just bang that out and let that go. I'm sitting there like a dude, like, bro, I got a kid. Imagine me still thinking I'm out in some country working hard. I left my country. I go to the United States of America. I'm thinking I still got a wifey at home with my kid. I'm busting my ass in America, making money, struggling in the goddamn cold in New York City. And she over there clapping it up at somebody else. I ain't even getting the coochie. I'm sending the money supporting her and my kid, and somebody else banging it out. And when I call, she telling the dude, shh, wait, my child father. Can I step out on your balcony? Don't. She in my house telling me I can't talk, I can't make no noise. That's what I'm saying. Some of you guys got to work on your self-esteem. Imagine you got a girl doing a sneaky link that you didn't know about in your house and telling you can't talk. That's all I know. Some of you guys, your mindset needs to be reset. You need to hear these stories. Some of you younger guys. Not only is that disrespectful to that man who's out there busting his ass, because one of these days, one of you guys might be there. But then again, you young guys talk like you'll never get married, you'll never have a girlfriend, which is just some gay shit. Don't make no goddamn sense. You'll just have money, fuck 20 girls, and fuck 20 prostitutes, and never get married your whole life and just die alone. Extreme on one side, just like the women who are extreme on the other side. They complain about. Anyhow, that's goddamn disrespectful. Even me as a man, the first thing I thought to myself is, I would never want to be in that position. That's a disrespectful shit to be happening. And if she could do that to her own child father, you really think she would have given a shit about me? And some of you would have been like, well, this is exactly why I just need to bust that down and let it go. So you mean to tell me after something like that, you don't even care enough about your own self that you would still want to bust that down? That would still be attractive to you. Like, yeah, I'm gonna still bang this out. No, she lost all respect, and I lost all attraction for her that day. I continued to see that girl at her job. She later on left that job. Then she said, "Oh, well, her grandmother was sick," and typical DR shit. Can't tell when it's true and not true. Might have been true. Might have been true 5 months ago. But now there's the excuse because maybe her grandmother was sick 5 months before that. Who cares? So she eventually left that job. But I saw her on the road one day, and I'm like, "Yo, what happened?" She's like, "Oh, yeah, my grandmother got sick, so I had to leave that job. How you been?" I said, "I'm cool. How have you been?" Blah blah. Never tried to talk to her. I said, "What we doing these days?" "Oh, I used to sell pastries out the front of my house. I'm still doing that." I was like, "Cool. All right." Now I think you guys got to remember something. Before that woman met you, she survived, right? Whether true or not, a guy, her family, a combination of it, a job. I don't understand why you guys believe this thing so much that America is so rich and it only takes you guys. You guys got to be the ones who take care of these women and they can't survive without you and all this other shit. This is what makes you guys leave with your wallet too, by the way. Because everybody need your help. All right, cool. Send me a cash app. You guys know got Americans going to other countries and still using you to survive because you guys just got a trick mentality. You got the JRLs of the world where you guys are paying out of grown men to go to other countries. At least I was giving you real content. Every once in a while, you appreciate the content, shoot something. But no, you got literally guys like, listen, I need $3,000. Send it in. You guys are actually doing that. But yet, I would go there, walk around, tell the stories, grab content, put it together, edit it for hours, actually give you guys usable information. And if I was to say send it in, you begging, bro. I used to have this one guy used to leave comments on my channel all the time. Stop begging. And this was because I used to put the thing with my Gmail at the bottom or my Cash App. And the guy would literally accuse me of begging. And I'm like, first off, all I said was my Cash App is this and my this is that. I never tell you what to do with it. You just know what it was for. But also, if you appreciate the content, whether it was a super chat or whatever, nobody didn't have to. I didn't need it to go and do my videos. I didn't need it to buy that ticket to go to that place. And I wake up and watching you guys now literally complained about us that used to put Cash App or whatever in the bottom of the video would sit there and literally donate from A to Z for somebody to go to a country and crash out. There's a problem when we actually gave a content and say, hey, if you want to support, cool. We get it from YouTube. We also get it from if you decide to sending or buy me a drink. Sometimes I'll be like, yo, shit, buy me a drink. I gotta be out to that beach or wherever. Hell, buy me a drink, I'll stay there longer, end up getting more content. You getting the same content. Yeah, guys who used to complain. It's just ironic now to see that 3 years later, guys are literally giving people $3,000. Oh, I'll need an Airbnb. Oh, I'll need an airline ticket. Oh, I don't have a job, so you my job. Send it in, send it in. And guys are sending in everything for this person and not a grown man. But then you'll turn around and complain there's some girl in DR or Colombia using you, sending you photos that their baby need milk. Hell, if you were to choose out of all those three evils, sending people who actually produce content like me, sending it to the crash out dudes, or sending it to the baby mama of somebody else, out of those three, only out of those three, I'd be like, fuck, support that other man's child. It's just so ridiculous how this stuff went. Like before that, I might have been like, bro, come on, man, at least support the content. Why the hell you out there sending to somebody else's baby daddy, some Dominican guy probably still knocking it down while you in America working hard, and she takes that money, feeds herself, go on a date with her real child father, giving him the cookies, and you only coming twice a year to the country and only getting it twice. I'd have been like, fuck, support the content. Now the options are the content, the crash out dudes, or the baby mamas. I'll be like, fuck, all right, shit. Get a baby mama the money, man. Let the dude bang it out. At least maybe you'll get it twice a year. If you give it to the crash out dudes, man, you ain't getting nothing. You ain't going there yourself. 90% of the time, you're not even getting content. You're just getting drama. The girls ain't even on the videos, and you're just giving grown men A to Z free vacations. But if I say, "Hey, buy me a drink," it's a problem. If International Soul say, "Hey, buy me a drink," it's a problem. And that dude was sit on Brazil back in the day. What is it called? Midnight Thirst, which you know it was free. I used to watch a couple of them. I used to watch his beach interviews on the beach. But this is what I'm saying too. The content is going to change because now dudes are messing it up. You see, it wouldn't even be as easy for International Zoe to even do a beach interview like he used to. I'm not talking about late night thirst because crap went down the drain so much for this past bro shit that women know their family members, their friends. Oh, I saw you on a video, and the girl gonna be like, take that down, because we got a bad reputation as men out here now. It's just the reality. If I want to get a couple girls to cook for you guys or whatever, I could go through it. And then later on, the girl might be like, well, I don't know, the video did well. Can you please remove that? Or my foreign boyfriend somewhere, or my family member, or oh, I just saw this thing about passport broke people. I don't want to be involved with that. I see you on YouTube. Maybe you're one of them. And there goes y'all content. So for the guy who had asked me why I ain't doing dating type content, that's why. You guys don't even know. 90% of these guys doing that content, they're not even monetized. Travelversity from the Philippines. I'm sure he monetized. That's his girlfriend. He been rolling around with that girl forever. Now if they break up, just like that other guy in Thailand, what was his name? Chocolate Man in the van or whatever. Okay, I don't know what his name was before that. I realized also, I used to say I can't talk about certain things on the channel because I thought guys didn't watch all the same thing. But then I realized y'all watching every damn channel. It's a small community. This is why also the channels can't grow after a certain time because it's the same people watching the same crap. There's more of us now doing the same stuff. All right. Every guy with a camera today who was like, man, I could do that, tries to think they could start a YouTube channel now. And then they don't really get the views. Right. So just as part of that, man, that's what's also killing the content. The reputation is bad. You got Giarello beating girls on camera, but then it's like, oh, don't believe you, your lying ears of what you heard because you didn't see it with your lying eyes. We were playing a skit. Could not believe that guy literally said that. And he reached you when he thought about like 3 days later after saying, no, 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 it wasn't like that. No, no, she hit me first. Then it was like, no, 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 I didn't hit her at all. We were playing a skit. It was all a play, guys. I made it back out to Kenya a month later. Let me do a review on the video. That was a skit. And don't believe your lying ears. We were playing. It was a skit for entertainment for you guys. I didn't really beat that woman up after she won't allow me to crack her open on camera. Yeah, for y'all entertainment. How low is that? So now when you guys are looking for the old Ace Live content, like when he was stuck in Colombia during the pandemic and he met two Venezuelan girls who were just trying to survive, but they started their little, selling pastries on the side of the street. And he's like, well, I do videos. You're in my video. Maybe you could all help each other. I'm stuck here. You guys clearly, you're making food. I could pay you even more. You'll give my watchers some content. You cook some food. Everybody benefits. You're stuck in this country from Venezuela. Your business is not going good during COVID. Everything is shut down. You come to my house. I make money online. I'll make money from YouTube. I'll give you when these guys donate. You cook some food just because you cook food on the street, selling, street food. Everybody wins. Now, a lady might literally be like, I don't even just want to be on camera. You want this? I just cook for you. You give me some money. You give me some money because now they're like, oh, this is some YouTube thing. I've seen this. There was a guy, and people are paying attention, guys. You guys are ruining your own content too that you might want. So when somebody asks me why I don't do that kind of content, that's why. The content might be up there 6 months, 5 months. Next thing you know, the girl hitting me up telling me to take it down, or YouTube is demonetizing it. But I already maybe I broke her off some money, or I buy all the food for her to cook, and it ain't making no money. Just wasting my time and aggravation for nothing. For what? Sure as hell, if I do that with a black girl, most of you guys won't watch. I gotta go get some light skinned black girl. 10% of the people gonna watch. So unless it's really my girlfriend, I ain't gonna put my girlfriend out there like that. And I already know what it is to actually deal with a girl, try to do some content, don't show her face, and still have drama coming with you guys because some of the guys who are watching were straight bitches. Straight bitches, acting like females. I mean, I guess dudes who had talked to her years before were starting to come out the woodwork messaging. Some dirty work. Like, you got guys flying to Sasua to mess with NYC in the future because they saw this little young girl he was messing with on there the first time he was in Sasua. And then they gonna send pictures because the girl's in the game. They gonna want to send pictures to him like, oh, I bust down the girl that you used to pay to bust down. Like that's cap. Like that's a proud thing that they should be proud of. So you literally got on a plane, pay hundreds of dollars to fly to DR along with hotel, Airbnb, food combined, and then pay a girl to sleep with her so you could tell a man who don't even give a shit with that girl, hey, look, I bust that down too and pay for it. There's a reason why I kind of like I ain't doing this travel space like this and keep going back and forth is because of reasons like that. I gotta wonder who the people I'm producing this content for. If that's the kind of guys that are watching my videos, listening to me talk, if this is the kind of watchers that I have, or the majority of them, I don't want to associate myself with you in real life. No, I gotta be like, do I even want to be producing content that is attracted to people with that kind of mentality? So no, I don't want to do dating content because of that. Barely want to do travel content. See, the type of guys who used to watch my channel and message me early in the day, yeah, I used to get some idiots when I first started, but the majority of them seemed more solid. What I'm afraid of is now the new watcher is into that other BS. See what I'm saying? Honestly, there's no real motivation for me to do content for the other BS. That's why I stopped doing the stories. That's why I stopped doing the story times. And I just started doing, okay, here's a beach. It's outdoor, it's public, got fat people, male, female, everybody, beautiful beaches. Who don't want to watch beautiful beaches? And it could appeal to anybody who just like beautiful beaches. No more travel content, no more opinions, definitely nothing about dating in these countries. And I'm seriously thinking about just trying to start like a legit just cooking channel with a little bit of twist to it. Keep saying it, but I keep thinking to myself, but goddamn, I'm gonna have to start a brand new channel from scratch. I'm not even sure I could convert my current watchers. That's what's really a shame about it. And every time I want to ask, hey guys, if you think I should do this, I don't get replies. So that tells me I shouldn't do it. If I do, I got to go grow a whole new clientele, a whole new watcher base. What the hell is Google call it? Well, based on the algorithm. And that's a damn shame. That's a damn shame. Because the idea I have actually for some of the guys who are quote unquote passport bros or the guys who are really looking for like solid women and a good wife in some countries, even though I don't still think they should travel specifically for that reason, they would have found a lot of benefit because I have this whole little idea. Anybody could steal it, and they still can't do it like I was going to do it. And I was literally going to, had the girl tell a little bit about the cultures as I traveled, what they're cooking, what it's like, what they're into, what type of guys they like. I tested one of it with an interview in Kenya. Most of you guys didn't watch. You got like, I think at that time, 28,000 maybe at this point, 28,000 views maybe, like 2 years ago in Kenya. Yeah, that wasn't the most beautiful girl in the world, nothing like that, but it was like, let me see how this would go over on the channel. Some people, it was helpful. Majority of people didn't watch that video. They didn't give a damn. I was going to do a twist on that. If I bring in a Brazilian girl who speaks Portuguese and she started doing that and cooking, you guys would be like, oh, have her take it off. Because unfortunately, the type of guys who watching this kind of content is all they want, especially the young guys with the crash show content. You guys don't want none real, but then you want to also think all them women are, working girls, and then complain if the girls are working girls. So you want to treat them that way. You want them to act that way. You want them to do all the craziest crap, and then also talk them down. And then later, if you think you want a wife, complain the women are not wife material because all you're meeting is the 304s, or somebody else turn them into 304. Which, by the way, nobody could turn a girl into 304. She already had 304 tendencies. The opportunity just presented itself. Every woman got a little freak in them, as they say, but certain women just gonna do certain things, certain places, and definitely not on video, right? Maybe they do it for their husband or the privacy. But those are the housewives of the world, or the wives of the world, right? You're doing it just for them and their love consumption. Girls who gonna get most of these videos and end up drunk and twerking or shooting porno and all this, you already got that in them. A girl who can do OnlyFans, very a little bit of who she is. Freakier than most. I'll mess with girls that if certain things come out, yeah, I won't want it to be out there in the open, but I'll be like, well, hey, I made my bed late in it. And I realized who she was, just didn't know at the time. This is why some of you guys, when all of a sudden, you're sitting in America and you realize these guys in the DR, you sending money, but other guys are busting it down because they live there. You didn't get hurt. You didn't listen. You're not hearing the warnings. Me, as soon as I see the red flags, I'm already like, okay. Anything happen after this, I ain't gonna be shocked. How could I protect myself more from this situation? That's it. Or how can I make sure when I mess with some woman that did some stupid shit that she shouldn't have done, and most of it would never come back to hit me in public like that, as much as I can. And trust me, there's a level to that. She could not be like working in Sasua or nothing like that. That ain't going nowhere. I find out afterwards, that nightmare. I'm not saying it's not possible, but hey, gotta make my decision as a man and step away. Yeah, but this was my catch up, man. It's almost like a good time right now for me to start going to have some fun, which I originally started to do when I started this live with you guys. So I think I'm gonna move on and go do that. Go have me a nice little drink. Go enjoy a little bit. Plot my New Year path out, which is only a couple of days. And then come fresh New Year's. Got 3 channels I'm working on. You guys go grab my AI ebook. For you guys who still actually want to live abroad, I still got a valid ebook that I did like a year ago. I still got online jobs. And thank God how I designed that. It wasn't necessarily for you guys to work directly with companies. And the ones that the links to those companies are in there are still valid, even with the current economy. Thank God for that. That's still very useful. I think it's like only $10 still out there. The AI books are a little bit more expensive, man, because there's a lot of information in there. Practical, useful information that would take a long time to learn on your own, because I had to learn on my own. And unlike the common misconception that you could use AI to learn AI, that's actually not really true. Not at this point, anyway. And we haven't hit what they call artificial general intelligence yet. So by the time AI gets to that point, they're going to be programming themselves anyway. So none of us will have anything to do with AI because AI won't need us. But as of right now, the truth is AI is not perfect. And you got to learn how to use it so it could give you the results you want, right? which is called prompting. But it's not just only the prompting, the different types of software. What can you produce with it? Good ideas. That's why they keep saying with this AI world, the people who are really left with jobs can't just be doing a task. You got to be people who plot and plan and have ideas that tells the AI what to create, what to do. And they're just a tool that does the thing, like an employee. If you guys know you're mostly an employee, not running an operation, you're just doing a job that you're repeating for a company, you guys need to learn AI because you need to learn a prompt, you need to learn what to think, to do, to have ideas, because that's how you're going to get replaced, right? The idea, people who have an idea to be done, to be created, to be made, to have a function done, will replace the people who don't, who are just the doers. And that's the beauty of that audiobook. I think I turned it into audiobook. I'm thinking to do the audiobooks more than the ebooks because then you guys don't have to sit there and read it. To do what I used to do. I used to do a job. I used to have to drive 2-3 counties. And in the car, I just used to put on audiobooks and start teaching myself different things. Whether it was motivational stuff, sales stuff, because I was doing sales for the medical industry. I realized it was much more of a useful time, right? Because I have to sit a place and read. Now, if you just like to read because you learn that way better, fine. I'm a learner. I could learn in all different ways, whether it's reading or listening. And I found at that time the listening over and over to something was better, and I was able to multitask. I could still drive, so I had to spend an hour or two driving into Miami or wherever else, right? And I could just listen to it in traffic, no traffic, didn't matter. Pause it, get out, go into a hospital, go into a doctor's office, wherever. Wait on, hit play again, start right back. Or I had my iPod in my ear, nobody know the difference. So I'm making money on one job here while still learning on this other thing over here, all at the same time. I think the audiobooks is where I'm going to go because of that. And videos, right? You just buy it once, you download it, it's yours. Start watching or listening to it instantly. Get all the same information. It's already practical, already written in a way that can be used. Already got all the ideas of how you can use it, which is what you're really paying for, right? Same with my dating abroad. Wrote that book because what guys were going through. I think that's like $7, $8. Practical, useful information. That clearly them guys who know crashing out didn't pay attention to and didn't buy. We're really paying for his information. I said it then too. Instead of doing consultations for $200, $300 paying these guys, and pick up the ebook. Just get all the information once. I wrote it once, which made it easier for me, cheaper for you, and it's useful. Anything else more direct and more catered definitely to you and not general information, that's when you would be like, okay, let me shoot them an email and do an email consultation or something, or a phone call for more. You definitely need to plot your life more. I think one guy helps with that. He actually ended up moving to DR. He was a nurse. He changed his whole life. The guy had a plan, said he was going to do it in 3 years. Hit me up like a couple months back and was like, yo, I live in DR now. I was like, cool. He followed through. Most people, I was thinking not to do consultations with them. I did one with that guy by email. And it's because most people were not serious, right? Guys just found it fantastic. Nice stories. They like the way the DR ladies look and all that, the Colombian women. And they never really had no real plan. All they do is waste your time. That's when also I was like, all right, anybody want to do consultation, they got to pay. Too many time wasters. And me at first went in like many guys out here like, oh, okay, man, I don't even know why these guys are charging. I'll just give these guys this information free. You got people trying to hit you up any time of the day, night, acting like you ain't got a life or you ain't got shit to do. Didn't even say, well, this guy didn't ask, but I'll buy him a drink. Well, there's one guy in Puerto Plata, sit down with me, trying to pick my brain for 3 hours, didn't even buy me a drink. I'm like, yo, that is some shameful shit. Who raising these young men now? You mean you sit down with me at a bar? Yo, like your channel, man. Blah, blah, blah. Hey, tell me this, tell me that. Oh, where should I go? Oh, you get all information. I'm just waiting to see, like, is this guy at one point going to be like, this guy ordered himself a beer. I ordered a beer for myself. He didn't even say, hey, no, I got your beer. No, nothing. 3 hours later, got up and left. I was like, all right, that is some atrocious shit. If I meet one of you guys as a stranger somewhere, I'll probably buy you a drink. Imagine you say you watch my channel and everything because you recognize my voice. Drank the whole time, bought your own drinks, saw me buy my drinks, didn't even say, hey man, this guy cool. I'm getting information. Nah, yeah, your drink is on me. Now, at one point, I thought about buying him a drink, but this motherfucker was so. I was like, he was cool. Everything else about him was cool, right? Like he didn't disrespect, he didn't say anything crazy. But I mean, goddamn, I'm like, are we not learning on this man these days? Like, I just told you guys, for example, I did sales, right? You think when I go into those offices and stuff like that, the girl at the front desk, I didn't used to try to like bring her a donut, or you know, if you're going to the same places over and over, we used to have a corporate card before the government started to ban what we can and can't do, and the companies got regulated, the healthcare industry, right? We used to treat the offices to lunch, dinners. When they stopped that, we would just come out to our own pocket and we'd start buying them, like, some orange juice, some donuts in the morning time. And the government cracked down on that too. They were like, no, that's the same kind of shit we were trying to crack down on, not because it's your own money and not the company money. We don't want no favoritism. But you just learn that these were little things you should do that get you, I don't know, just respect in life and good things to do. You know what I mean? I don't know. It's crazy, man. But either way, guys, yeah, you get a chance, leave some comments. Tell me what to and what you guys think I should not do with the channel. Don't mean I'm going to follow it. But I think at this point, I'm open to some suggestions. Nothing crazy, right? Don't be like, yo, do midnight thirst. No, we ain't gonna be doing that. Plus YouTube, I had told you guys a year ago. Was it a year? I said that YouTube was changing everything and it was going more family friendly. Maybe some people believed me, maybe some people didn't, right? Now you guys see it is true. You're seeing YouTubers talking about maybe they're getting targeted because they have a black channel. It's not just that. I think they change up the algorithm software that they use, right? To have everybody within the categories competing with each other, whether channel big or small. That's one. So people are getting less views. But also the type of content that they allow, that they would more push. They don't care anymore. They're like, these are our preferred categories, and we're trying to push shorts. We got to compete with Instagram and everything else. So everything is lumped together, right? So just change, as with anything in life. And we either got to figure out how to change to it or let it go and pivot to something else. So I've been pivoting anyway for about like almost a year. And, hey, I worked hard to get 40,000 subs. I'm hoping that maybe I could convert the channel into something else. I've just been having a challenge how to do that with my current watchers. Because whether I start a new one or not, if I do certain changes that nobody's still ain't gonna watch, it still wouldn't even matter. I'd be in the same situation as starting a brand new channel, right? The only difference is I won't be able to tell in time whether it's working or not. I could spend 6 months on this channel with the views going down if I pivot to something else. See what I'm saying? But to try doing AI on this channel, by the way, at one point. But I was like, okay, that's way too crazy of a change. So I then just start doing some other channels. But the other option is we gotta stay in the same category and do just a slight shift, maybe in different areas that you guys normally wouldn't watch or not used to, and that'll pick up new watchers with time. But I might lose 6 months, a year, not knowing if it's really working or if it's just the changes with YouTube is slowing everything down. Or I just start a brand new channel, let this one go. You feel me? A couple of different ideas I got out there. I would hate to have from 2020 to 2025, almost 2026. In a few months, it'll be 20, in a few days, it'll be 2026. And in a few more months after that, it'll be, I think, 5 to 6 years since I got this channel to just let it all go just like that, right? Um, but it's one of the things I've been thinking about. Maybe just letting the channel go. So if you guys got some suggestions, the other thing is I don't want to be traveling as much. I don't want to be in, and I haven't been doing that. I don't want to be in a position where it's like I gotta be hopping to different countries because you guys want to see different countries. I've watched how Austin Holloman go through that same issue with the minute he stayed in Kenya too long. You know, his views start to plummet because guys felt like, well, you can't show us the girls in Kenya. You don't want to be on camera. We don't like the way they look. Or Jay Rello said they're ugly. And then he wasn't moving around. So his channel started to die. The minute he started hopping over to some of the other African countries, his views went up again. And then the drama that was happening, right? The minute I got to feel like I have to do that, that's a job. That's a job. You guys would definitely got to be doing consultations and all that. I want to be able to bring you guys stuff that would be useful, but yet entertaining. No crash out nonsense. It's not entertaining. Nothing damaging. Things that make sense. Don't damage you later if you ever travel. And even if you never travel, it still doesn't impede upon how the world look at you as a young man. I think most of my watchers are black. So as a young black man, I can't be out here as one of the older OGs, to use the old term, trying to give you guys good information, but then crashing out or, you know, condoning BS when we're the generation, the age is supposed to be like, yo, young fella. Yeah, I'm not 60. Yeah, I'm not 50. But let me tell you something, because you're 20 years younger than me, or you're 15 years younger than me. Because that time will go so quick. You understand? So if you guys do travel or you guys do want to go a place, the guys who came there before you have laid a great groundwork for things to be better for you, or for people to think of you a certain way. Unfortunately, that's not what I'm seeing right now. I'm seeing crash out content. I'm seeing pedo content. I'm seeing fake dating content. I'm seeing a lot of negativity against women content, which always was kind of there in the travel community, but it's like a different level now. A lot of hate, a lot of young guys talking about how they just got to get their money up and never get a woman, and they'll get as many women as they want, but only for trivial crap. And how the world works is you get older. You're not going to be satisfied as a very rich man only taking a pro on your arm to a function or halfway around the world with you when you could actually travel for 2 months. But she's only there because you're paying her. She doesn't give a shit about you. You break your leg or your foot, or you're in a country that she's there, she didn't even give a damn, but you ain't got no family there, or you're by yourself. It's not a good feeling. I actually had a woman that I realized I'm in a country by myself, and it never crossed her mind, you know, this guy don't have anybody here. Yeah, young guys. Now imagine your age and some of the guys I saw in these countries that are 60 already, 70 already. They're getting older. Their kids are grown, living in the US, got a family, living their life, stuck in even the US. These guys know in foreign countries, right? They're getting older, their health failing. They've been dealing with 304s who don't give a shit because they can't pay them anymore because their health failing. So now their money got to go towards their medical bills, or physically they're not capable. And then they realize, like, oh, wait, I actually needed somebody who actually care about me, even if it's to ask me if I'm all right, to bring me some goddamn soup, to help me take me to the doctor's office. Well, some of you guys might be familiar with the channel Rico Toro. Should still be up. Rico was my buddy. I used to try to warn Rico about this. Rico died at like maybe 55. Cool guy. I would never talk anything bad about him. He was into the Sasua life though. And me and him used to have this debate back and forth. And unfortunately, the same exact thing I just warned about and I used to warn him about literally started to happen to him. Rico started to lose his health. Realized this team, you guys all talking in DR, oh, I got a team. It's not a team. What you guys calling it? The word you guys have for it. Oh, I got this many on my team. All them women cared, man. First 3 scattered and disappeared because, hey, his money got to go towards his medical bills now, or what they used to be able to come over for, you can't do anymore, right? And then women didn't really care about him. Some of them women had kids over here, this over there. One of them stuck around. Used to go with him to the doctor's offices. He thought, man, at least that one. And that woman stole from him. At the end of the day, he ended up back home, but he didn't make it. Passed away. He was hoping he could just do what he had to do, go back and live in Sasua. But he had told me, man, if I make it through this and I go back, I want to change a few things. What he was talking about, he wasn't going to, he saw what I was, and I didn't even tell his other buddy that knows him even more than I did. And his buddy right now is in Thailand, right? But he had actually said, like, man, you would have seen if you could more get a normal life, in other words, right? If you could really actually meet something that actually liked him, she didn't have to be the most beautiful, no nothing. But it made him realize about life and health. And fellas, yes, a woman ain't gonna just want you to be completely broke. Nobody wants to date just a loser. You don't want a woman who's a complete loser either. It's not even about that. But we should want somebody to also who actually genuinely got some actual care for you. So when I see you young guys talking about how, oh, you'll just get your money up, money will get the women, but you never want no woman. I don't know where I'm from in the Caribbean. Anytime you start saying you don't want no woman, we gotta think of you as Floyd Wallace Jr. Or we gonna think you gay, bro. Even reggae song talk about man can't live without a woman, and a woman is, you know what I'm saying? The Bible talk about it. When guys start talking like that, I just think they either really, really hurt, or I hope they're just really hurt. You understand? But there's nowhere in the world you guys should be younger and having these red pill guys convince you that all you need to do is work on yourself, your physical fitness, your money. All those things are positive things to work on. Nothing wrong with those things. But that's what's going to take you through life only. That is not true. You guys are going to need family. You guys are going to need connections. You guys are going to need much more than your money. Have some deep values. Know how to treat other people. Know how to communicate. Know how to show empathy. Know when not to show empathy. Don't let no woman just walk over you either, think she could do whatever the shit she want, and you're going to still be there forever. So don't get me wrong either. I'm not saying you should be a goddamn simp or a simpleton, right? Just an idiot. Don't do that either. Balance it out. Know when you got to be like, I got to stand on this as a man. Take the hurt, take whatever goes with it. But then the opposite side. Know that you're going to need a woman. You're going to need a woman by your side also. Know that you can't live alone forever. Even if you never get married on paper, fine. But you're going to need a woman. You're going to be living with her at some point, I hope. Which man's dream is to just be by himself in a house? Never with a woman next to his side. On the opposite side, you got guys teasing and women teasing, oh, these guys are the lawyers. They only want to fly over there just for a woman. And these same guys are also saying they will never marry nothing and all this. It's a confusing time. A confusing time for a lot of you fellas, man. Either way, be balanced in life. And this is what I was saying with this channel. Originally, it was like, okay, give you the story times, show you all the eye candy, because it's the only way you'd end up even clicking and listening. Um, give you good information, tell you some positive things. When a lot of guys out there were just telling you guys like some weird shit to me. These guys were telling you guys to go mess with pros, or they were messing with pros and convincing you guys that's the life to be in, while later getting hurt or messed up, and then have to fly out to countries and telling you guys the craziest stories about those countries. Me being on ground with them was like, yeah, but you were just messing with this type of that. I could understand if one woman fooled you, or you didn't realize who she really was, or life happens in general, and sometimes shit just don't work out. But some of the levels of craziness in the stories didn't make sense. It's because originally these guys were not paying attention, messing with the wrong kind of women. I messed with many of the wrong kind of women in my life, but never to that kind of level of the stories that I've been seeing. And old baby mama who got me robbed because her cousin came in and she even told people where the safe was and didn't give a shit that we had a kid together. You start to go to that kind of level, that's some extra shit. Like nobody should go through that kind of damage in their life. But then when you talk to those same people, you realize they were making the same kind of decisions their whole entire life because they told you 30 years before that how a baby got put on them, or the last girl they used to mess with was a pro, but they didn't know. And the girl before that, not a girl, they got 10 horrible stories that they're then hiding from you guys on YouTube. But if we were living in the countries, we know details that you guys don't know. Or some of them sometimes telling us those extra stories, but it never made it online. You understand? So, I mean, you guys be more selective of where you pay attention to and why. Don't view it all as entertainment. And then definitely don't take everything that some of these guys out here say as serious. I'm not saying all of them are lying to you guys, but if you're only seeing one side of a story, if there's never anything positive, or it's only ever positive, and it's never negative, or it's only negative but not never positive, somebody's lying to you. You guys go through my whole channel, you hear both. Because I ain't lying to you. That's life. That's what life is. Life got bad people, good people, and everything in between. That's the realities of it. If I hold back things, usually, typically, it'll be to protect people's identity. I wouldn't say protect the innocent. Because trust me, if somebody did something bad to me, they're not innocent. And they actually probably deserve for me to just put them out there like that. But also, that's not going to benefit my life, right? That's just drama and more negativity. And that's bad karma. So what I would do is more like, okay, I don't want A person and B person to connect that this is C person, unless they just deserve that shit. Or they themselves already out there. Then it's different. Any females I talk about, you guys ain't gonna know directly. You ain't gonna know if it was one of mine or a guy I knew or one of your favorite YouTubers. And this is how it should be. Because it's not even about the person. It's about that lesson as to why I'm telling you the situation I'm telling you about, right? Not to shame the person, not to out nobody. It's just to be like, hey, not a cautionary tale. Warn that this could happen, that could happen, this good over here could happen. Yeah, I think about this passport bro thing. You know, it's interesting to me. I know a lot of guys, a couple of guys, not a lot, off line. Let's say DR. I've ran into a few in Colombia. I think I met like two foreigners when I was in Brazil. I'm not in Brazil right now, by the way. Met like two guys. And these guys' life going well. Whether they met their local women in the country or out the country, but they're now all living, obviously, not in America. And you'll never hear none really about those good stories. There's a few, and they don't mean they don't have issues, they don't have marital problems. This whole thing, all these passport brothers never marrying anybody, never really having kids or family with these women. That's not true. Bad news travel fast. And also, most of those guys are just living their family life. Then guys ain't got time to be on YouTube, or they don't want to be on YouTube, right? So then you guys don't see those stories. Don't mean it don't happen. Also, don't mean that those guys are all good guys and shit don't come along with them. Like I said, most of the weirdest guys I've met were expats. Actually, I met a guy who owned a restaurant in Puerto Plata. He was all right enough. He ended up leaving after like COVID time and going back home with his wife and his kids. They had already lived in the United States of America, right? The guy was employing some local Dominican women. One of those girls were actually in one of my videos. Not a video you guys would think of. It's a video where I'm talking to the girl on like a beach, and she got a little bit of an accent and she's speaking some English. And I had actually first met this girl working at that restaurant that that guy owned, and he was a foreigner. One of many foreigners I met who had owned restaurants or businesses, right? Um, so it was interesting to see this girl like 2 years later, and I'm talking to her on the beach, and I happened to be filming that day. So even my conversation was with her was caught on video, right? And it made me think back about that guy. Guy left a little card there. He was trying to sell, you know. Um, Trust me, the guy wasn't innocent because he was trying to hook me up with that same girl. And I was like, how old is this girl? The girl was of age, but still, I was like, what the what? He said, yeah, man, she's a nice employee. She's a good girl. I was like, bro, do you know how old I am? Did he even ask? Like, and at the time when it happened, the girl was 18. So later on in that video, the girl was like 20 to 21. But the point is this: you guys are not going to hear, but those situations are worked out. Those guys weren't out there hanging around, having drinks, going over to Sosua or in the middle of Medellin or still jumping from country to country. Those guys had families, kid, wife. They were living more the local Dominican life. They were the foreigner at the girl's house with the girl family and these kind of things. At one point, I was living that kind of life, right? In the DR. I did content, but you guys didn't know about the other side of my life, right? But I also never intended to ever be in DR forever. I never had planned to go to DR. Didn't know about Sasua. Didn't know about none of that. I ended up going there because it was COVID and it was like shit. I could be at a beach in this place. Had to get some dental work done and was like shit. I could stay here then. And I went back, packed my crap up, flew back home. Then that whole world that you guys know now opened up to me. I was like, Jesus Christ, never knew it existed. And it took me a while to even get to know that world existed because when I went there, they still had Toca de Queda in DR, which was their version of like lockdowns, right? Couple hours out the day, you could go here, do that, got to be in by a certain time. They kept changing the times. So nothing was functioning normal. And because none was also functioning normal, the normal things you would see in Sosua or know that's going on in DR wasn't happening like that. And when it was happening behind doors, like kind of what they say with Sosua now, that if you know how to move, as they put it, you know what to do and not do. That is true, right? So during that time, too, anybody who was into the life was just living their life. Anybody who else was into the normal life was living the normal life. I was meeting girls who like were living normal lives, but now they don't have a job because everything is closed down. And maybe they would have never talked to a foreigner, but now they're talking to a foreigner because they're just home. And you would say, well, maybe because they also need the money. Who knows? But girls I was talking to at that time who were normal girls, they never asked me for anything. They were just like, oh, I'm back at home with my parents, or, I don't have a job right now. I'm living with my mom. I used to have my own place. COVID, my business shut down, the job shut down. I had to move back in with my parents. Everything is not the best right now. And they were just looking at like one girl, the first girl I was talking to over there was a teacher. I talked about her at one point in one of my videos back in the day, but it wasn't too much to say because she was a teacher. She was just a normal good girl. She was living with her mom and dad. But because the schools were closed, she had time. She wasn't even the most beautiful girl, but she was a nice girl. Unfortunately for her, the minute I hit it, I was like, damn, this girl's born in bed. This ain't gonna work out. I learned a little bit of here and there dealing with her because of that for a short period of time. And all those years afterwards in Puerto Plata, I literally never saw this girl around anywhere. The really true good girls that you wouldn't normally just meet because she's never going to be in a restaurant, in a hot spot, hanging out anywhere. True Dominican type family that's a good family. They were actually living in the neighborhood in front of my neighborhood, which was a pretty good neighborhood I was in. And the neighborhood in front of me, I would have considered living there at one point too, right? I was actually looking for a place in that neighborhood at one point. after leaving the neighborhood I was living in, which a lot of foreigners had lived in my neighborhood. Um, I remember thinking like, damn, I never ran into this girl anywhere, not the beach, nowhere. This girl would be the type that she would just go to church on Sunday. Actually, I think she went to church on Saturdays. You know, obviously she was a teacher, so she would have went, teach, come home if her job was open. And I remember I had started talking to her like a month before her school started to like temporarily open for like 4 hours. So I think whenever that was done with her. She just went back to her normal life. And this is why also, fellas, it's hard to meet, as we would say, good Dominican girls. Because the places that we are going to as foreigners, I knew later on where I would have had to go to meet a girl like that. Would have had to be to her church. And that didn't necessarily mean they're good girls. I learned that a long time ago, even from my country, that church girls, sometimes they're the worst, right? Trust me on this. Not just once in my life that has happened, several times. And sometimes the families too, because you would think they'd be preaching the things from the Bible, like keeping the family together, they're teaching that to their daughters and all that. No. What family did they come from? Did they have a family that they already know? Were their family tight knit? Grandmothers, grandfathers, things that I grew up with, by the way, in the Caribbean, right? Anyhow, and America. But to meet a girl like that, you would have just have to end up running into her one day when she happened to be going to the local little small store and just having to also talk to her, right? I met that girl just by chance because of what was happening during COVID. But that would not have been a normal occurrence. I want to be in a no school, so I want to run into her, right? What the hell am I doing at a school as a grown man with no kids in that country, right? So I would have never run into her as a teacher. If I was living in the country and I had a kid, I would have run into her, but I would have had a kid. I should have had a family, right? Well, that's I'm divorced or broken up. Um, but yeah, you would have to be deeply ingrained into that local community or the church to meet that kind of girl. Or just happen to run into her one day when she had a local grocery store picking up a few things, and you would have had to be in her neighborhood. The other way you would have run into her is a male in her family that's older, like her dad. If I was doing business or something like that in the country, her dad happened to be linked to a business, but he would have been trying to vet me at that point, or would have had to just see me as a nice young man that he thinks would be good for his daughter. And then after months, say, I want to introduce you to somebody. This is my niece. This is my daughter. This is I got my brother daughter is single, and I know you're out here looking around. And it would have probably be at somebody's house or at a restaurant or hey, come over to this place. And then when everybody is there, I get introduced. This is where you guys, no matter which countries you're going to, because you don't care part of it, you're not trying to learn how the culture really is. This is why I can be in Africa, I could be in Brazil, I could be in DR, and I could just implement what I learned growing up to get into these kind of situations. I'm not going to think I got to be at the best restaurant, wearing the best things, having the latest Nike clothes, and having a chain on. Because at the end of the day, although people like those nice things in their country, and who wouldn't, that's not what good families truly value, right? Good families value family, education, decency, peaceful lives, no crazy dramas, people who are similar to themselves. And like you guys always point out, some people in these countries don't have a lot of money. They're not all broke. To get with the rich families, you would definitely have to be rich in DR and Brazil and most countries. Yeah, you go to my country in the Caribbean, they ain't gonna just take you at that. You gotta have money, but not just money. You gotta have the proper education, the right connections. Who is your family? What did they do? What kind of people are your people that you have money? So then, if you're from the poor version, they might accept you if you're decent, got a good education, you seem like you're going somewhere. But if you go to my type of country and you want a rich girl from a rich, good family, your family gonna have to have some money, or she gonna have to be messing with you and behind the scenes. Her family gonna be like, "Don't marry this guy. It's not for you. We already know who should be for you. You don't care how much money he has. He's an athlete. He's a rapper. He had 10,000 tattoos. No, not him. Not that one. Better not take that one too serious." And then they would start asking, who is this guy's family? Where are they? Why aren't they? Any of them in jail? These are the questions, right? And you guys haven't really learned to keep that in mind when you're going into these countries, or also you're not staying long enough in these countries. So when you run into the kind of women you run into, it's going to be women who are already kind of out there or working at a kind of place. Which, if the girls, I had a girl that was working at a restaurant, right? Restaurant slash bar. Um, you already know a girl working there, her family's not rich. So you know you're not getting wealth. Now, where you start to look for is the values. Is she selling herself? Good. No. Good. Check mark. Nice. Does she seem decent? Okay. Check mark. Nice. Beyond that time, if y'all like each other, start to deal with each other, what you're now looking at is values. Do you have shared values? Do you want the same things in life? Is she a good, decent person, or is she doing some evil shit? Even if she said she would never do some evil shit, right? I don't mean money thing. You guys, everything, the other thing is, oh, Americans talk most of the time is surrounded money, 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 money. Like, part of the problem. You're viewing everything out of that perspective that somehow you're better, you're richer, everybody only need your access to your money. When that girl later started to talk to me like that, I'm fucking pissed off. You don't need to tell me it's not about money or you don't need money from me. I already know that shit, or else I would have never been talking to you. That's for sure. So this is the other thing, fellas. If you see a woman only about the money and you figure, well, I have the money, so it don't matter, you're an idiot. You're an idiot. You don't want that woman to only want you because of money. You want her to want her for you. The money comes next. Money gonna always be important in life. That's fine. But if anything should happen and the money should go, I think one of the worst things I realized, but I stick around one girl because of this situation. There was another thing involved in that situation. But I realized one time when my money was a little down, I didn't point it directly. And I believe I'm right. I can't prove it. Things started to change with me and her. And I think at one point it was like I had to question why she was really there. If at the end of the day it was for the life she thought she was just going to fall into, and when it wasn't happening the way she thought, I can't prove it. But I remember being in Colombia later on thinking about it. Like, wait, is this what happened here? You know, that's also why it's important that you don't get with a woman who the main thing she wants from you is money. Now, later on, me and a girl, we talked again and whatever else. And I was like, all right, maybe it wasn't that. Or maybe it started that way and then she realized, like, damn, I actually love this dude. But whatever it might have been, that's also why it's important that you're bringing more to the table. These days, we're talking about women talking about who's bringing what to the table. But even as men, we got to know what we bring to the table, right? And we got to wonder what the woman is bringing to the table. Each of those things is valuable. You got to have enough content to yourself as a man, enough of principles, morals, your character, who you are, to bring something to a table that even if a woman was to first look at you and you weren't her first choice, by the time you open your mouth, by the time you're moving how you're moving, by the time you're carrying yourself a certain way as a man, she's like, this is a solid man right here. I want that man. Now, if she disrespect or she messes it up, that was on her. That got nothing to do with you, right? These guys instead, no, these guys are telling you guys out here, the younger guys, this is not for the older guys who might be listening to this. You got these young guys telling you, work out only, don't smoke, get your money up. I give this all that makes you a man. My grandfather then would have been like, don't lie. Your word is your bond. What you say you're gonna do, you should do. Don't let anybody treat you anyhow. Be willing to fight for certain values. Never fight over a woman. Fight for your respect if you had to, even if you lose. These were the solid things we were learning that a man should be. Even if you don't make the most money in the world, you're hard working. You don't lie, you don't cheat, you don't steal, you have character. That's what's gonna make you a good man. Of course, we might learn from the world that some of it is not as easy as just saying those things, but they were laying the groundwork so that when people look at you, you're trustworthy, you're strong, you're hardworking. In order, if you say something, you're telling the truth about that thing. You're not just lying, you're not a scoundrel, you're not scamming people out there, you're not glazing them. You understand? They also knew that a good woman looking at those qualities would be like, okay, that's a good man. Or I ain't gonna find another man like that. Or there's not too many men like that, right? I won't fight over a woman, but I would fight to protect a woman, depending on the situation. She can't be out there trying to think she's like a man and slapping some guy and then they expect me to like step in and save her ass. I'll be like, you didn't realize you were a woman, huh? You thought you could be beating dudes. You thought you would be able to do that to me too next time, huh? Now you want me to come and save you? Nah, take your ass whooping. I don't whoop women, but hey, tell the dude, hey, she a woman, leave her alone. But I'm going the opposite direction. She thought she could beat a man. She was over there swinging at this dude. She sure learned to know that guy protecting himself. You see what I'm saying? And these are the things. How do you distinguish those differences? You gotta have certain morals, characters, way of thinking to give an example like that. Know what's expected and what's not expected. I won't let the dude just destroy her, but at the same time, she ain't gonna be hitting on some dude and the dude try to protect himself. I'm like, hey, sir, what are you doing? This is a woman. I'm not gonna do that either. If a dude just comes out of nowhere and start whooping on a woman, hey, I'm gonna step in, right? That's a different thing. That's not equal, right? Women always trying to fight for equality. Well, I'm saying the strength difference is not equal. And sure enough, if they're boyfriend and girlfriend, I'm staying the fuck away from that because I ain't getting killed over nobody domestic violence. I'm like, okay, I guess the police gonna come and stop this. Hey, sir, don't do that. Okay, he ain't listening to me. I'm over here minding my business now. I'll let the law handle the rest. That's domestic violence. They're whooping on each other, right? So you got to know, there were certain codes that I think as men we were being raised to adhere to that are not happening as much. Fellas, my dad passed away when I was 25, right? It was many times along the line. I still have my uncles, thank God, but if push come to shove, I could pick up the phone even at my age now, hit up one of my uncles who I think on one thing I could talk about, or the other one on the other thing. But many a days I was like, damn, I wish I had my dad to talk to about these situations here with ladies or whatever, right? Because yeah, if I got a mom, I could talk to my mom. I want to hear a woman's perspective. I'm not going to hear a male perspective, right? But there was a reason for that too. His generation, who in a couple of words might say something, even though at my age now, I want to think of that 20 years ago. You understand? So when I lost my dad at 24, there used to be times at 20. I had my son at I got a son in the States, he's an adult now, but I was like 24, 25, something like that when I had him. My dad wasn't around. But that was one of the times it was like, damn, I could have asked my dad, like, these feelings I'm going through of being a dad, how did he feel? This is why we also need solid males, giving good advice, telling the next generation how to be and not be. And why sometimes there's some real harsh saying single mom raised, single mom raised. A lot of times when I look at some of the guys out here acting a certain way on YouTube, I could tell right away. I'm like, I just step parent, and the step parent just don't care the same as much. It's unfortunate. And it could be different between different people. I understand that. I'm not saying all the time forever. But also a lot of times single mom. Or a guy came into the life later on, or the mom that was raising that boy. Men came in and out. So they still had some male role models, but they didn't really have the unsaid role model. A male in the home when he's not even talking, he's not giving advice. Things you could just watch from how this guy is moving through his life, good and bad. And you're learning as a man, not even realizing it, right? The unsaid things. If you had a dad, your dad wasn't going to be in your house every day. Hey, son, let me teach you this. Let me tell you that. That's not what was happening with my dad. It's not what was happening with my uncle, my uncles. It wasn't what was happening with both my grandfathers, right? One grandfather died when I was like less than 13. Other one passed away. Both of them passed away before I was 13. But one of them was real close in like my what we call kindergarten days, nursery school, and primary school. And the other one, I was ready like in high school. But living in that household, right? My grandfather was there. With seven of us in the house, by the way. My grandfather was there. One of my uncles was there. My dad at the time was in the United States of America. So it was an indirect thing. But those male figures were in my life, right? One of those same uncles, he was in the military in my country. Every summer when I'm out of school, I'm at the military barracks. I'm being raised like a military kid in a way. It's in the same house. My grandfather's in that same house. My grandfather was a sailor. Woke me up at 13 years old. We got to go because the school said you got to go to school with your parent there or whatever. You got to go to your parents' job or whatever. And my grandfather's the one taking me. All right, you come into the wharf, the river, the port with me. You got to get up at 3:30 in the morning. You got to be out the house by 4:30, 5 o'clock, just like a sailor, just like a military man. And he give me some coffee. Coffee was nasty at that age for the first time. He was also the man who gave me my first little sip of rum. Don't tell your grandmother this. Don't tell your mom this. Don't tell your auntie this. Take a little sip. I know you ain't gonna want one after that sip. Little things a man will do that a woman could never instill, right? Later on, same for my dad. My dad used to work the same place in New Jersey. We had to get up and go in with my dad, the other co-workers, right? The way I learned to move as a younger man in a job with other men there, we were working at a warehouse. So number men, what not to do, what to do. In my teenage years, I'm in school and I'm working. And I was working with a bunch of dudes who were ex-cons. That's the other thing. The only white guy who worked there, he had went to jail for murder. Some other guys were in there working at that job, straightening out their life, but they were bank robbers. I learned so much from them street dudes too. I also learned not to go in too deep into any crazy shit in Brooklyn at that time. So this stuff is necessary. For you guys who don't have your fathers directly, it don't mean that you still can't also have male figures in your life, right? But I think that's is also missing these days, and it's unfortunate because even a guy like me, I have tried many times to. I'm a dad, so to try to be a male figure, and if you're dealing with certain kind of women, unfortunately, you don't always get to be that man you'd want to be because even they don't see the value, unfortunately, right? It's because the society in general is just going through a breakdown. You guys who are out there listening to this and you're divorced, or you already know how this stuff goes, especially if you went through this stuff in the American system. So life ain't perfect, but the point is, hey, that's what a lot is missing these days. Let's just be honest about it, right? So um this is why it becomes even more important if you're a younger guy. Be careful with some of this content you think you're watching, man. You might just think it's surface entertainment, but things you're consuming like music and television hit a part of our brain differently, a subconscious part of our brain, right? Which is why music, entertainment, and sports make so much money. No matter your race, creed, whatever, it hits different. And it's very important the things you're letting into those parts of your brain. It does help build who you are. It does impact the way you react to things. We got what we call a sympathetic and an asympathetic brain. One of them is the more carnal brain. It controls like fight, flight. What do you do when things happen? And your body is just programmed, so you don't have to think. It's just reacting. Like you breathe every day because of it. You don't sit there and have to think, I have to breathe in and out, breathe. We don't. We just breathe, right? Same with walking, talking. Once we learn these reactions, there's all parts of our brains that are now programmed with these things. It's why the military trains all the time, or the police. Repetition. That's why a doctor got to train to do that surgery over and over. It's like you could do it without thinking. You ever drove home with something on your mind, and the only way you got there, you're like, oh, wait, I drove the whole way. I didn't even think about anything. You just know to do it. You've done it so many times, right? That part of the brain. Now, that part of the brain is constantly getting programmed through periods of time. You listen to enough music before you know it. One day you're just singing that rap song, or you're singing something violent, or you're singing certain, you're programming yourself. Well, that same kind of thinking is all you have to think about life, who you let in, warrior around a long period, look for long periods of time, right? You guys just listen to me. Some of you in and out. What type of content are you listening to? Obviously, it's different than most of the content out there. The question though is going to be not that you can't watch those things or you shouldn't watch those things. How much of that are you paying attention to? That is the key part, right? Is it 50, 60, 80%? Are you watching tattletale, crash outs, argue with, gossip type content 90% of your time? That's the kind of man you're going to be. Oh, O'Shea Duke Jackson said this about this part. You heard the beef between this guy and that guy? Hear what he said about this. And because it's a big industry that's making a lot of money, no, guys who want to be doing these kind of things are doing it from the business side. They don't care about the fact that they're also programming the new generation, right? Most of the rappers know. You guys are my age. I grew up with these guys. And guys on a podcast, but they're getting paid $3, $5, $10 million. Guys don't give a shit. You think them guys are like that when they get off those mics? No. Them dudes were ruthless back in the day. Them dudes was from Queens and Brooklyn. I knew them guys. I like hanging out with them personally. Sometimes I ran into them. Other ones I knew them from the neighborhood. Like, okay, we know that guy. You got a rep. Hey, what's up, man? You pass, they go, you go. Or some of the guys doing out of shit that you don't even want to be around with there. You like, oh, they over here right now? This block is hot. Let me go over this way. Yeah, that's my generation. You're talking about 93, 97, those kind of years. Queens, Brooklyn, Far Rockaway, 43rd between Winthrop and Clarkson, Church Avenue, East New York, Tilden High School. I actually went to Tilden High School. It used to be one of the worst high schools out there. A couple other ones in Brooklyn. Wasn't a good school. you know. But yeah, I mean, this is where these things become important after a period of time. You feel me? So those things are a little important to pay attention to, man. So you guys are here, make sure how you carry yourself. It represents you, but it also represents your kid when you have a kid. Represents your family. Represents it, I used to date girls, and if I have to tell them this too much, I couldn't date them. I'm like, where you going dressed like that? Let me tell you something. You walk out of this house, you representing me. You representing my family name. If you my girlfriend, no, I can't have no girlfriend walking around the fucking streets with her clothes she slept in last night, or even if she didn't sleep with it, she thinks she could go grab that stupid thing on her head or wear sleeping clothes and go shopping. Hell no. Well, first off, I wouldn't talk to girls who try to do that in the first place. But if one of them was to try, it won't get too far, right? Because I got to think of it to myself as a man. Like, what kind of woman am I talking to that would think that's okay? So, if you're a younger guy, man, you got 10 holes in your pants as part of the design, but you're 30, or your pants are sagging off your ass, or it's way too tight with a stupid dipset belt back in the day. Because that's who started those belts back in the day, right? Dipset. It's Cameron and them guys. Some of you guys don't even know that. Jim Jones, all them guys. They started doing that tight pants before even Lil Wayne. That shit started in Harlem. But they did it more like a style where they were trying to follow the white boys before the pants start sagging. They used to do these little chains on their belt. What I'm saying, unless you're a rapper, you get to a certain age, you're supposed to be changing with times in life. You should not be a 38-year-old man dressed like a boy, crashing out. That means you're not growing as a man. Or you don't even know what the next stage of a man should be. I remember in my mid-20s when Jay-Z even at one point was starting to get older and he's like, button up is the new shit. Everybody was wearing button ups. All of a sudden, we all go into the spots and buying button up shirts. Even if you had a throwback cap on, my head, I never wore one of those too well. My head is too small, not big, not the opposite. So I could wear like a Congo type hat, or no hat at all, Caesar cut, that kind of thing. This is what we used to rock. Never wore New York Yankee caps, those kind of things, fitteds. It was never my thing. My face is thinner. My head is smaller because of that. I would just rock more like an old man hat, those kungles, or nothing. Or, if I got like a full suit on, I could get away with an old man style cowboy type hat, right? Which I didn't wear a lot of those a lot, but hey, this is back in the day when I used to try to style more. No, I don't wear none. I don't care. Watches, a nice watch. I mean, a certain young man, it used to be. I used to be like, damn, the man I got a solid job. I used to be buying $300-$400 watches, right? Like, okay, don't buy nothing more expensive. Oh, that's eight. Oh, that's 1,000 or something. Nah, man, it's too much. Brooklyn, shoot. But I was really trying to step up my game, right? Like the type of watches I'm buying. Okay, all right, you younger, you got this on, that on, you got plastic watches, blah, blah, blah. Now you're a grown ass man with a good job. You need a rail watch. Okay, you need a dress watch. The ones you actually buckle at the bottom. Then you need your regular. Then you need your sports type watch. Okay, you got a dress shoe. At certain age, I stopped wearing sneakers like that, right? I was never a sneakerhead. I'm not 40 years old with 12 sneakers in my background. Listen, if you're into sneakers like collectibles, I understand. But even then, as a man, you should have at least one suit, couple shirts, couple slacks, dress belt. Be able to switch it up when you need to and be like, all right, pause. But be able to just kind of, move in different environments. I started forcing myself to go to lounges, okay? Button up shirt. There was times when I didn't even have that kind of job. And I'm like, okay, you can go in here, you can buy this, couple t-shirts or undershirt. You can buy a dress shirt. You already got a couple ties at home. All right, cool. It's a Friday night. You can go to a lounge, throw on your dress shoe, nice jeans, dress shirt, nice watch. You're not buttoned up all the way to the top. You're casual. Maybe a nice sweater if it's kind of chilly. You hit a nice lounge with some women who got some nice jobs, and but you dress like you came from work too. But that ain't your type of job, right? You sit down there, you talk to some nice ladies, you take one home. She dressed nice. The place is not too rich, but it's not too poor. It's not in the middle of the hood. You got good music mixed with everybody, and usually young professionals when they come off work. Like, you got to go through the process. You got to force yourself to get outside of yourself. I'm seeing guys on YouTube that's like, you're 38 going on 28. You're 38 going on 25. You're 38. Even grown men. One of the things about DR, I like what one guy said when he left DR. He was like, God damn, I didn't realize how much I went backwards because everywhere I was going, I was wearing grown ass men in the 60s, 50s at least. Everywhere he was going is t-shirt over baggy, short pants over baggy, sneaker socks. That's the beach lifestyle, right? And yes, I could understand that because a lot of places weren't really upscale, but even me, when I was in the Caribbean, one of the things I used to tell guys to do, I'm like, yo, throw on a long fucking pants. That's what the locals are going to wear. You go to DR, man, the same poor Dominican guys you guys are talking about are ready to really go up and do a nice place. What do they do? And guys in Sosua, if you ever went to Santo Domingo, if you ever went to Santiago, if you ever went to Puerto Plata City, and these guys are ready to go to a nice place to dance good, they try to throw on their little gold chain, gold Cuban link, a nice flashy watch, nice flashy shades, right? Gold on it, all white. All of a sudden, them dudes got a white pants top to bottom, shirt tucked in, nice belt. They had the spot no salsa in a way with one of the girls, merengue, same in Colombia. And then you see one of us foreigners coming there, overweight, sloppy, maybe a polo shirt on, if we lucky, if not a t-shirt, short pants. You stand out like a sore thumb. So if now a girl is in there, she's a lawyer, a teacher, a nurse, and she's thinking like, well, where can I take this guy other than if she's a gringo hunter, if she's a foreigner hunter? How can she take you serious? You got gray in your beard and everything. You got a throwback hat on with a New York or a Red Sox, a t-shirt, slacks, you sloppy. and everybody else in the place is dressed nice, but they're letting you pass because you're a foreigner and they know it. There's some videos I got at DR where I would go to parts in Puerto Plata or hang out to these little gas station kind of think about DR. Same way I realized with Africa. One place is not necessarily that place. So, a gas station could be a little restaurant, kind of like what they started to do in America eventually in Florida and Aldi's and these places. You go in the gas station, but no, the gas station like really look nice. You're like, damn, I could get like some real food in here, confectionery stand. They got sandwiches, upscale kind of looking. Well, DR and some of these countries already have those, but it's a bar in there. It's seating in there. People will put on music and come there and dance and sit and chill and drink. It's not totally upscale, but it's not low scale either. And same with some of the liquor stores. In the liquor stores, it's allowed. They could have chairs in front or a section opposite the liquor store that people actually come party there. A DJ will come. People, couples will come in, married women and men will be dancing in the middle of the floor. I don't even think I could have roll with some guys and take them to these places because they didn't learn how to move properly. And then there were the section of DR dudes that could, guys that could go to DR and actually roll within that environment. And I find that most of them were more mature. One of these guys got YouTube, but you'll see him in the short pants or whatever. But when you see him in Santo Domingo, he knows, okay, I got this flight sneaker. He's in his 20s or whatever, or young 30s, but he still will dress decent enough that you got to throw on a nice jeans, okay sneaker, get rid of his hat, have a button-up shirt, nice watch, nice gold chain, and show up at the spot, right? I'm challenging you guys, man. As you go through it, do a little bit of that. It's not about showing up in a place with a t-shirt and because you got an expensive gold chain on and your hair is braided back that you think you got the Jordans on. No, you want to get a different reaction. You want to get a different kind of lady. You want to be able to meet and talk to a different kind of girl when you touch down for a few weeks in vacation that you might actually be able to keep talking to and then go back to visiting the country and then maybe one day living in that country. Dress different. Go to a different kind of place. You got to understand the language. Most of the time, they're going to know you're a foreigner when you open your mouth. You can be surprised how many times in Santo Domingo, if I go to the right kind of neighborhood, right kind of places, which I wouldn't go to all the time anyway no more because I was living there, right? But all of a sudden, you're like, damn, 50% of this whole place speak English. How many times it happened to me in Santo Domingo? And then they'll tell you, oh, no, I live in the U.S., plus I live here, or my family's there. You realize it's richer Dominicans. You realize they go back and forth, or they come from good universities, or they family-owned businesses in DR, or they're back home for the holidays in the same place where you show up. But it's all regular Dominican, right? But the only difference is now they also got 2 passports. And they're like, oh, I went to university in America, but then I came back. I used to be in university in Miami, but now I live back home here. We live over this side over there. And these are the kind of women you guys weren't meeting. But I ran into them. Ran into them in Santo Domingo. I'm sure if I had got to Santiago and was living in Santiago, after a while, I'd figure out where to go, where not to go, right? Santiago had some really nice neighborhoods too. And you start there. Start first in just the richer neighborhoods, not the rich tourist neighborhood or the tourist city. You go into the regular city of the country and you say, okay, what's the nice neighborhoods over here? You guarantee the education standard is going to be higher. The jobs are going to be better. You're paying a little bit more. You're going to be in the hood talking to some girl who just looked like her crutches hanging out. But it's the same beautiful women you're going to be meeting. You guys who, you want to meet the ladies, right? And you're traveling for the ladies. I'm not going to disagree or agree. I would say you need to work on your self-esteem if that's why you're traveling, right? I'm going to repeat that part. But at the same time, man, whether you're going for that directly or indirectly, my point is you could step up the level of respect of who you're going to, why you're going, and who you want to meet. You don't have to fly down to DR and think Sosua is the only world and it's just known because there's street girls walking the street to pick that up. That was crazy to me. Y'all guys, some of you would literally watch a video and then say, oh, I see his pros walking up and down the street. I'm going to fly over there so I can have fun with the pros. I always did find that crazy and cringy, actually, right? But it is what it is. Everybody like different things. All right, fine. But you also got to realize, unless you do that on the low, you guys had a reputation to then proceed it yourself. Now I knew there wasn't guys who were all doing that there, and I think there's some Dominicans who understand it wasn't all guys doing that there. But the minute you showed up in one of those cities, yeah, you were labeled. That's what you're there for. I met guys literally in Sasua sitting at the bar, me and them chatting, and they ain't there for that. One guy was a nurse, the other guy was a doctor, one guy was doing business, selling machines, and he's like, yeah, I just like the place, good camaraderie. I believed them. There's guys who I saw literally was there, and then when the women of certain type, they're like, hey, baby, I ain't into that. No. And the girl's like, okay, sorry. She respected, moved to the next guy. So yeah, there were still dudes that went to Sasua not to be about the craziness, right? And there wasn't nothing wrong with these dudes. Some of these dudes, when you really start talking to them, you realize they really moved around the island. Some of them were investors in Sasua. So for them, they were like, well, I got an Airbnb out here. I'm making money. Or I just bought a whole fucking building. I knew this one guy, he bought a building, small building, but dude bought a building. That's what got overshadowed. And yes, it was a small percentage of the guys who were those kind of guys, right? But at the same time, like I said, the guys who own businesses, restaurants, the guys who typically own the restaurant in Sasua, more the mongers, as you guys would call them. There's not a word for that because mongers just mean fish seller, but those guys were more into that lifestyle, let me say, right? Even if they had a girlfriend, the girlfriend was of that life, or they got 2 or 3 in their rotation. That's what you guys used to say in their rotation in DR or in Sasua. And then yeah, the other side of guys. Some guys who had a wife or a girlfriend and were serious, or maybe they go through ups and downs with this girlfriend, but they ain't really living their life like that. But even some of those guys on the side would start messing around or doing stupid shit. So then even some of the local girls got to be like, damn, it's always these foreigners. He seem like he's normal, but he still got this other side of him too. So then their reputation was there that we all that way, right? We all either cheating on the women or we paying out of women out there, or the women got to be acting mad, jealous, and then they got their reputation because of that. Now they fighting with their husbands or boyfriends in Puerto Plata or whoever because some of the pro girls are out there and the guys don't know to say no, or the women don't care. They feel like their boyfriends might say yes, so then they're upset. It's big arguments, right? Or the guy goes out with the other guys, he ain't really about that life, but then he uses that as his reason to go do shit with the other guys doing shit, right? Because no, a house party is thrown or something. And the mentality is, hey, there's nothing wrong with that. Which most of you guys got that mentality. I already told you guys on my channel. I'm like, I never saw the value in the pay for player life, right? But that's fine. I know some people think my content is actually doesn't match that. This is when I say they actually never really listened to my channel or paid attention. They were just there to watch the women. That's it. All right, that's fine too. Whoever want to act like they don't know, act like they don't know. That's fine. Don't mess with my life. My life is all right. I ain't got all that extra crazy drama because of it. There was a life that came with that with a lot of these guys later on, and you're like, damn, bro, why do you think it's happening? You're into the extra crazy shit on the side. So, hey, can't complain now. That's the type of women you were messing with. Or you had a good woman over here. You got one that's all right, but you still you missing the excitement with the other street ones. So now you got crazy drama going on, right? So yeah, man, this is the catch up. I am halfway around the world today. For anybody that's been here long enough, I am not in Brazil. I am not in South America. I actually just got to where I am from Uganda in Africa. And I'm in another African country right now. I'm thinking about also checking out Ethiopia. All of which these countries, I feel like, why show y'all the content? I was in South Africa earlier this year. Did not pull out my camera once. I was like, that'll be a waste of time. Because, it's a direct flight from Brazil to South Africa, by the way. You guys are wondering, if you ever fly in Brazil, which right now, I guess Brazil is a hot topic, nobody ain't going to be wanting to just fly there anytime soon. It was always more difficult to go to Brazil. But out to Sao Paulo, it's a direct flight from Sao Paulo to South Africa and Johannesburg, right? And you can fly back and forth between Africa and Brazil easier that way, unless you're already coming from the United States of America, and you want to fly like that long route. A lot of guys don't talk about this. Their flight to Africa or Asia is long. Well, to Asia, because they got no choice. But if you were to fly over from Africa, and you were like in Florida or something like that, or you already want to go to Brazil, you just fly down to Brazil and then spend some time and then out to Brazil. You do an 8 hour flight over to Johannesburg. Still less than if you go through America, then you got to go through Asia. I did that once. Qatar. Then you got to stop in Qatar. Then you might have a layover. I didn't have a layover, almost missing a flight. You're flying through like the European side only to come all the way around and then come to Africa, right? That was crazy. So when I realized, like, oh, wait, I could just go straight from Brazil to South Africa, only 8 hours. Okay, cool. Boom. Right? And even though if I was to leave Africa and go back to over to like Brazil, for example, or South America, because I'm from South America, right? My country's above Brazil, where I was born. If I had to go home and see some family there, or just wanted to go home to that site, nothing to do with Colombia or Brazil or nothing, I knew I could just fly back into Brazil and then take a small flight straight into my original country, Guyana. So you see, good information, man. I always got good information for you guys. And yes, your flight time and all that would change depending on where you are in America, right? But in case you guys were wondering, many times, man, I might pop in and out of a place and you guys don't even know. Sometimes I shoot content. That content might have been content I already had, just didn't edit yet, or needed to edit different, or whatever the hell else. This is also why I'm saying I want to change everything, because I don't even South America, man, Latin America. It feels good to be a black man while other people look like you, even in South Africa, right? You got white people, but most of the people still look like you. They're speaking English. It feels different. South Africa absolutely feels like the United States of America. Because of that, I won't say I was in love with it. Maybe I'll give it another chance. I went there during the wrong time also. In the earlier parts of the year, South Africa is freaking freezing cold. If you guys think Africa don't have winter, you are wrong. Africa does have winter. It depends on which countries you're in, how cold it get or don't get. I think I want to also check out Ethiopia. One of the two countries I'll check out next in Africa will either be Ethiopia or South Africa, right? Right now, there's no other real countries in Africa on my radar. I'm not going to go to Thailand. I had said this a year ago that I'm going to be more settled. I have done that. I haven't been doing as much traveling. And eventually, I am going to settle in Africa, man, as much as I could be allowed to. I don't really see myself going to Colombia anymore, ever. Definitely ain't going to Venezuela anytime soon. The only reason for me to go to like a Colombia would be to do content, and that ain't gonna be happening. Definitely not the type of content you guys want to see, right? So South America for me and the Caribbean, pretty much not on my radar, man. One of my family members been asking me if I'm gonna go check out like Thailand and these places. Maybe I would one day, but I'm in no rush, and not to live. And even because of the nonsense people have been doing, I'm sure you guys have noticed exactly what I said when I started this live, that you see these countries now cracking down. Everybody was doing videos 2 months ago. Oh, you're not allowing people in out of Thailand like they used to. It's funny to me that one of the biggest guys who was pushing Thailand, a little before that started happening, start considering not living in Thailand anymore and saying Thailand is changing. And then later on, when Thailand started really cracking down on the visa runs, saying pretty much you got to go live somewhere else, because the same woman he's had on his channel forever, he's not married to her. And apparently the whole entire time, he never got like permanent residence. And I know a guy who flew from DR and within like less than a year got retirement visa in Thailand. You understand? And this guy had residency in Dominican Republic. So now you got to ask yourself, you guys who are buying this dream, when you look at that, you didn't say to yourself like, wait a minute, what? I mean, he's been locked up with this woman with the big old legs forever. And I will call the name because we're in the same kind of industry. And I'm talking about Zoom to Thailand. I'm just trying to remember the name because sometimes I don't remember the name. So you got to wonder about that. You got to think of, you guys are being sold a dream sometimes, and you just fall in hook, line, and sinker. These guys will probably end up in Vietnam when I think about where the countries now that they feel like they could kind of slide into, right? And kind of still keep living that same kind of life. Or will he put his mouth, well, what you say? Will he put his what where his mouth is? Will he marry that woman? That's a way for him to get into that country, right? The guy was divorced, I understand. He's older, might not ever want to get married again, but if you're serious and you're only going to be with that woman, if some of these women will marry us for visas, right? Hell, it's not the same laws this way of being preaching. Well, you guys can come and get married here because it's not going to be like the States even if you get divorced. Well, you should be able to hold himself to the same standard, right? If I'm ever going to get married and I feel like, well, okay, it ain't going to be like the US, I should be able to get married. Anyhow, that's all I have, man. Where I'm right now is 8:46. It's time for me to go. Have me a nice little drink. Chat me up a nice young lady and enjoy. I already had two call me. So let me know this lady enough. I just don't know. I know that one is not in the city right now. She went to see her family. It's her birthday. So she went to see this is the other thing. A young lady who goes back to her family during holidays and this kind of man. That's what you want to see. You understand? Left the country, came back in the country, shorty Ray, like, hey, where were you? Pick up right where we left off. Like nothing happened. And I had to actually stop talking to her for a little bit, right? I told her a couple of things and said, listen, X, Y, Z, ABC. And she wasn't following that. I just was like, all right, listen, you're on mute right now forever. Unless I decide to talk to you again. I guarantee this time she talking to me, she gonna toe the line. Because she already see. You play by my rules or you go your own direction. That's all it is. Right? So no, she gonna play by my rules. Or I'm gonna step off forever on this one. no extra chances. I used to give 3 chances. I don't more. Oh, there's this one girl, man. This girl worked for the embassy. Fellas, you guys don't know where you're missing out on. She's actually Ugandan, right? This girl works for the Ugandan embassy in a different country. But goddamn, and I don't even really like Uganda like that. I would tell everybody like, yeah, Uganda's alright, but don't waste your time and money that over there. I ain't even like it like that. So I don't know what some of the dudes are talking about, but this girl, woo, wow. Like I said, you don't travel for the ladies, or else I'd have been extra disappointed. But I was like, Jesus Christ, that is crazy. Man, I tell you what, if that girl ended up not being my girl and I wanted to start a cooking channel, she cook and she agrees with that, but she can't because of the type of job she has, right? She worked for the embassy, so that's a problem. But this is my point, fellas. What type, where you going, who you meeting, right? All this other crap is nonsense. Traveling for a lady, who ain't gonna marry, who will marry, who's a passport, bro. It's just nonsense, man. Always was. White dudes ain't flying around talking about, oh, well, you a passport whitey, or a passport broski, or whatever, or flying just for women. I'm sure there's some white guy who flew somewhere for a woman, to Thailand, Vietnam, and these areas. I guarantee it happened. And that's fine for them. Most of them have problems in Thailand, Philippines, Africa, DR, in some crazy situations, raising some black man child. Seen many of them. Haitian girls, Haitian babies, white man, importer plotter. That's who you all want to be. Good for you guys. All right. There's no coming with that life, right? Yeah. That's all it is, man. Anyway, check you guys on the next one. Peace out.